We're back. Alright. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a break from the old FF11 since I missed the Friday stream. And here I come back on Monday with a nice little... I feel a nice cold coming on. Good times. Again, that's living close with someone who also, they get a cold, then I get a cold, then I get a cold, she gets a cold, and it just goes back and forth, right? Oh, Cito, daylight savings. Everybody says daylight savings, though. It's daylight savings. I don't know, everyone puts the S on the end. But, alright, so back in FF11, it's been a hot minute. Right now I am 47 white mage, 23 black mage. I've been having some fun white maging again. I mean, I love black mage, but I kind of want to get white mage caught up to black mage, and the reason is fairly simple. So if I go into my Mog wardrobe here, yeah, look, I've got so I'm slowly building my collection of staffs, right? So I got my ice staff, of course. I got a thunder staff, and I got a light staff and a dark. For white mage, the dark and light staff are the big things, but and hell, even as a black mage, I'd use a light staff every now and then when I go /Beastmaster to solo, because light staff makes charm a little easier to land. But yeah, I want to grow into that light staff. This light staff cost about 135k. It was quite a buy. Quite a buy. You're getting the weird burn parties with, oh no, those foreigners! I mean, I was in a Chinese link shell for a while until they all just dropped out, right? And the thing is that, like, it's weird, right? They got shit done, and they weren't assholes. They really weren't. It's just, I couldn't understand them at all, like, and their English was just very practical, right? So they weren't really fun to talk to. They got shit done, they were super efficient, right? But, and they were helpful. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the problem is me. I guess I just need to learn Chinese is the problem. But, you know, it can be not as fun when it's just, when you don't have that sort of banter around and just, you know, just have fun with people thing, right? But that's... I think, honestly, my main issue is, yeah, communication. But I think the main issue is, even with people who language isn't a problem, like, that's not the barrier, I think the problem is, this game can get really dry and mechanical if you are only sort of doing the gameplay, right? Like, even if people are helpful, even if they are efficient, if all you're doing is just party up, do your routines, get EXP, and no one's really communicating or just having some playful banter, just a witty something every now and then, like nothing, right? The game can feel super dry. I think maybe that might be the issue. I mean, yeah, not being able to talk without problems is an issue. I guess for me, I don't know, a super quiet party I'm not a huge fan of, and I'm kind of guilty of going quiet sometimes myself, right? Like, sometimes I'll get into a party really late in the evening, you know, like when I'm super tired, right? I've had those moments where I am just super tired, but I wanna do a little partying, I wanna play the game. So I'll join a party and I'm just not very talkative, right? I guess I've been guilty of that myself. But for me, I don't know, I like a party that banters a little bit. It makes everything a little more fun. But I guess for me, if like the difference between a party that just doesn't communicate at all, like they're just quiet, and then a party who is communicating but you don't understand them, to me it's kind of the same difference. Really, it doesn't really matter too much to me. like functionally, it's the same thing, that you're not communicating, right? And hey there, Lily. Hey there. Oh, I'm hot off of the weekend streams that I love, with a bit of a cold, because you know the wife has a cold. Look, it's late October and everything is all dreary. It's gray and rainy outside. It's stay home, wrap up in a quilt. If we had a fireplace, man, if we had a fireplace, you'd be sitting in front of it. Hot cocoa in hand. Alright. So let's see. I want to check something on my Moogle here. Yes, 32k. So I have... Look, since I'm leveling up White Mage still, I've been using some of my conquest points to buy Royal Knight belts, and they sell for 32,000 gil. They're a hot seller, so yeah, I'm making a little extra gil doing that. I still have... how many conquest points? Yeah, I still have 27,000 conquest points. I'm doing alright. And Sito, I don't think it's the COVIDs, it's just, I mean, yeah, anyone who was here yesterday, Dunno was having a hard time not coughing all over the place. And we were just sitting right next to each other, so, yeah, I'm sick. Alright, so, oh, it's a new conquest today. It's Monday. Oh, yeah, Monday. So A, new conquest. B, I can recharge my EXP ring. C, Eco Warrior, right? Eco Warrior. But it looks like Sandoria is #1 now, the thing I always check. Come on, Tavnasia. No! Tavnasia is never under control by anyone other than Windurst. Somehow Windurst always manages to grab it. And yeah, Bastok is last, which, oh, if you need cornets to level up your Windurst fame, I guess you're out of luck. Bastok has to be at least #2 for that. But hey, Sandy #1 again. Yay. Though, okay. Movalpolis is no longer under anyone's control. That's a problem for a few reasons. There's some good materials out of that for not cooking, for alchemy, I think. Oh, okay. So it's Windurst, but the two Northland zones, Valdania and Faragandi, they are under control by someone, which means those resources are flowing right now. That's good. That means more sheep pets. Like sheep pets and something else, I forget what exactly, but there's some good crafting mats from up there. And those two zones have been under Beastman control for like 2 weeks at least. So at least the resources will flow again, right? That's important. Oh, Q, item-wise, the animas. Oh god, I think they're listed under alchemy. I'm sure a wiki would also have it, but there's 3 main items, right? I can try and take a look on the auction house in a bit. I don't remember their names, but if I saw them, I would recognize them. But there's, the way that it works though, there's an NPC in, like he's in like the manor, the big building on the north side of Rulud Gardens. There's a guy there who, if you talk to him, he will exchange the materials you get from inside the Prometheans. Like when you fight the random monsters in there, you can exchange some of those materials for animas. Like he'll offer to craft them. You give him the item, and then you give him like 2,000 gil, or I think more. Some of them are more. But either way, he'll make the animas for you if you have the raw materials. It's usually cheaper to do that than to just straight buy them off the auction house. But there's only 3 items, and you can only have 3 items. They're all like marked rare, so you can only have one at a time. Yeah, the terror anima, hystero anima, and psycho anima. Yeah, that's the 3 animas. And then you craft them with certain materials. I forget which materials make which, but yeah, you can either craft or buy them. I think you can even get the material off the auction house and then craft it and turn a little bit of a profit. Okay, there you go. Lily has a better knowledge. See, for me, I have to look up a wiki, right? My memory is horrible, so I have to look up wiki links and make bookmarks, and I gotta, you know, do the research every time. But yeah, those items, and then 2k gil per anima, and you can do that. And I think, yeah, I believe the way that it works out, you can just buy those materials off the auction house, have it crafted, and you could turn that around and sell it for more money. I know I actually did that like a couple times when I was doing the Prometheans. Yeah. Which, oh, Lily, how far are you into the Chains of Prometheia? I think I'm still on 4.3. I'm still just on 4.3. I haven't advanced beyond that. I've seen a couple 4.3 parties forming. It's just it's always at a bad time for me. You know, it's always just a bad time. I mean, I think for Prometheans, I mean, when I did them with like, I did them with both mixed parties, just whatever, and I did them with some Beastmasters. I think really people take whatever they can get for the Prometheans. Like you need some form of healing. Like you need some form of healing. A tank is good, but you can replace that with some other setups. I mean, you can go in all Beastmaster if you want. There's a lot of options when it comes to the Prometheans, but I think mainly people just want to get them done, so they'll take whoever is willing to go. Okay. Gotta go for that sky access. Yeah, I think when it comes to doing the Prometheans, a lot of setups work. Like it's the main thing is it's just a boss fight at the end. The boss fight at the end is the main thing you gotta worry about, and a lot of different compositions can deal with that. Oh man, I feel so nasally. God, I hate it. Let me take a sip of water. Yeah, I need a non-social link shell myself. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Twitch chat one is mainly just people barely use it, but it's more social, I think. Getting stuff done is a challenge. I don't know, I feel, yeah, I guess, look, at least me, I notice when I'm nasally, I notice when I'm congested, and I'm like, oh man, I'm not as smooth as I could be. Also, my nose itches, and that bugs me. But anyway, okay, I don't have a solid plan today. I'm gonna put my party flag up first, alright? If I get in a party as a white mage, I'll be happy, right? If I can get in a party and get some levels as a white mage, I will feel good about myself. But, I'll try to work out some other plans of things to do. What have I got in my inventory? Got some water crystal, got some pineapples. I may want to get more pineapples. I might want to do that. Oh, also, I do want to do a little crafting, but, yeah, let me take a look here real quick. I think I've been hoarding some crafting mats, and I'd like to just get rid of them and use them, right? Oh, cute. Dulkfoot's, you got that one done. The tower ain't so bad, but, ooh, Magicite. Magicite, that one's not as bad as not as bad as Limit Break 3, but it's getting there. Alright, here we go. I have 12 beetle jaws, and I've got a ton of bone chips. So I always have sort of my current crafting thing. I have that just in my browser as a tab. So bonecraft. Right, I think my current bone crafting is beetle arrowheads. You need 1 beetle jaw and 1 bone chip, and it's a level 33 recipe. So, I mean, I only have... Oh no, I have more! I have more beetle jaws, okay. Well, let me just pull, don't want to pull the pumpkin head out. Let me pull all the bone chips I have and all the beetle jaws that I have. Also just pulling out my water crystals to make more pineapples. Gotta be ready to make more pineapple at all times. Alright. Okay, looks good. So I'm gonna do a little bone crafting actually, because I've been neglecting my trade skills. But I mean I have a little extra money over 3 million right now. I have all the staffs, like I have all the elemental staffs that I want for right now. Yeah, I could use 1 staff for each element, but for right now, I have, I have ice and lightning, which, hey, that's good for 2 different elements, and the ice staff boosts elemental damage overall, right? Elemental skill. The ice staff is overall good for a black mage. Main thing is I have the light and dark staff, so I've got the big staffs out of the way. Yeah, the airship pass. I guess I did kind of luck out to get all the outposts early on, but they do cycle around the ones near towns. Like I think every faction at some point manages to capture the enemy's newbie zone, but it can take a while. So I guess you might want to. Here's the funny thing, right? The airship. I was so happy to unlock the airship myself, but the problem is that by that point in time, I already had the outpost for Gustaberg and Saruda, so I could just outpost teleport there, I mean that, and I guess I'm also a white mage, so I can just teleport to the nearest crag, and that could also get me there, take a chocobo from that. The problem is, by the time I unlocked airship access, I had so many ways to get to the starter nations that it didn't really matter, But if you don't have outpost access and or can't teleport to the nearest crag, then the airship is the best way. I mean, hell, it's still the best way sometimes. Depends, right? It depends. Yeah, I would not buy the animas directly, Q. I would buy the materials. Look at the cost of the materials, and it's usually significantly lower than that. But it will still cost you tens of thousands of gil for each attempt. Like I think because I also needed to buy some consumables, so it cost me roughly 50k every attempt I made on Promethean Mia. Hala isn't that bad. Like, for Hala, you can actually go in with no items at all, and it'll be fine. Dem, you want one. There's one anima in particular. If you're in a party, they'll tell you. But, yeah, that one you don't need to buy all of them. It's really just Promethean Mia. You will need all the items, but it's not that bad for all of them. Yeah, you can also do that. You can farm the materials in the Prometheans. Each Promethean has a slightly different drop rate on the different materials, so you can go for them yourself. Ugh. All right. So okay, I want to do a little bone crafting. Let me think. What crystal do I need for that? Wiki, help me! I need wind crystals. Lots of wind crystals. Alright, yeah, I got almost 2 stacks of beetle jaws. Oh, I have some junk items too. Let me just get rid of those. Gonna clear out my inventory of junk items, and then yeah, get to crafting. Alright, show me the goods. Sell. So yeah, I just have earth crystals, just get rid of that. It's 1 silk thread. Just get rid of it. Alright, so now it's just bone chips and that. I am currently just sitting on some seals, and they're taking up space in my inventory, but I guess I'm nowhere near full, right? So it'll be fine. Oh, before I settle in for crafting, before I do that, I want to go and recharge my ring real quick. And yeah, I know that especially when you don't have that much money in the game, when I know what Lily's doing there, like I do it myself sometimes, right? When I'm like, hey, 50,000 gil for a scythe, hey, that ain't that bad, right? Like, it can feel really bad when players are like, you know, oh, 20k, 50k, oh, 100k, oh, that's not so bad. I know the feeling, right? I know the feeling of being dirt poor all the time in this game. That's really only turned around since I started playing on this server, and I've really gotten into the economics of the game. But, yeah, it's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. And, you know, once you get into making money, it's like, oh, 20k will go nice and quick. Yeah, like, I mean, think about it, right? You sit down for like 2 hours and get 50k, that's not that bad. It's just, yeah, it is easy to, I mean, look, even the 3 million that I have, right? Like, okay, let's say I hit 59 with one of my mages. Okay, I'd like that vermilion cloak, right? That's like a mil. Several other items I'd want that'd probably take another mil. I'd like all my elemental staffs, that's like another million. Like, I could just blow through that 3 million just instantly if I wanted to. So I kind of have to pick and choose what big items I really want. But, yeah, this is a game where it is very easy to just blow through everything you have. But, I don't know, I think anything under 100k for a single item it's okay. It's all right. All right, hold up. I got my signet, but I didn't trade my ring. There we go. All right. Cost 1,100 conquest points, but to good ends. Hmm. 300k for light and dark sounds a little hefty. I paid 135k for my light staff, but to be fair, I've seen the light staff sell for as low as 115k. And I don't think I paid that much for my dark staff. I think when I bought it, it felt like it was just around 100k. More like a little over 200k, right? But it is still quite expensive. Oh, hey, party, do you need it? Sure. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, Crawler's Nest party. Then I guess I don't have time to craft up my arrowheads then, right? Oh. Okay. So, do the old ahoy. Oh god, they're already ready to go. Like, they're just ready to go. I need to do a little Mog House depositing then. Alright, so just dumping all of my bone chips. Well, okay, I can't dump all of my bone chips. Unfortunate. Is there anything I can take out of here? Not really. So I'm just gonna be sitting on a couple of bone chips then. Like just two stacks of bone chips in my inventory. What does the party setup look like? What are we going in with here? Got a paladin, I'm the white mage, a warrior, a dark knight, a black mage, and a ranger. Okay, alright. And I guess 40 might be this. Yeah, I'm assuming level 40 is the sync. So that means I need more pineapple. I'm gonna need more pineapple juice for this. So all right, let's see how much is pineapples right here right now, because I don't have time to go and 600. That's 600 is actually cheaper than buying. Yeah, I believe that's cheaper than just buying them from an NPC. From an NPC, it costs about 55 gil per pineapple. So yeah, it would actually cost a little more than 600. Okay, now the price is going up. I'm hoping to get at least 2 stacks of pineapples, though. Alright, I'm gonna have to pay more. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, so I overpaid for one, but for one I underpaid. This is okay. I've got some pineapple juice on me right now. I got my water crystals. I'm good to go. I got my sweet rice cakes. Alright, so Crawler's Nest. Yeah, exiting out through Rolandberry Fields that's the fastest way to get there. I think I'm good to go. So a lot of my spells I won't be able to use, actually, at level 40. I got regen too, it's awesome. So normal regen, I can use that to keep a party alive. But regen 2, that thing heals 12 HP every 3 seconds. And it lasts for a minute. Like, it is a really, really good effective heal. I just throw on regen 2 and I don't gotta do shit. For 1 minute, that'll keep someone alive. Like, as long as they're not taking a ton of damage, that's all they need is regen 2. Yeah, I hope the satchel gets expanded, I do. I mean, you know, I still need to buy bookshelf. That's another thing. I need to drop a lot of gil to buy some bookshelves to get more storage. That's a thing I need to do. Also, let me just go ahead and set up my draw distance. Yeah, no, pineapple juice is amazing. I would, like, here's the thing. Pineapple juice has been a game changer for me as a mage. It's, like, honestly, pineapple juice has made being a mage in a party so much more enjoyable, because whether I'm white mage or black mage or whatever, I always have a bunch of water crystals and a bunch of pineapples in my inventory, and I'm just a juicer, right? Like, I'm a vending machine in a party. So, yeah, like, whenever I'm doing anything as a mage, I always have that nice passive 1 MP regen, and it feels really good. It makes everything so much smoother. And the main reason I like it compared to other juices is that it lasts for like 4 minutes. Like, it lasts a good amount of time. So you really get your value out of each drink. And yeah, I wanted to do crafting, I wanted to get my bookshelves, I wanted to do a lot of things. But then I started leveling up mages, right? And fortunately, white mage is not as expensive as black mage in a couple of ways. Like, honestly, my gear isn't as important as a white mage. My spells land just fine. I mean, hell, my black magic spells land pretty good, even as a white mage. But yeah, like, the actual white mage spells, they just don't cost as much. Like, white mage spells are just cheaper than black mage spells. As a black mage, god, there's so many spells that I... Like, just buying them from NPCs, they cost, like, 30k. White mage has a couple like that, but not as many. And also, as a black mage, there's so many rare spell drops, right? That cost, like, 70, 60, 70, 100k. And white mage, for the same level range, white mage just doesn't have that. Yeah, like, yeah, red mage and its dispel. That said, I really wish I had dispel. I mean, actually, I feel like at a certain point, like at level 64, it might actually be worth it to switch my sub-job from black mage to red mage, just so that I can dispel, right? But, I don't know, for right now it's not necessary. The main thing that people want dispel for in parties, I find, is it's for stuff like what we're about to do, right? Like crawlers in the crawler's nest, enemies that do a defensive shell ability where the melee will hit for nothing.
Send me a grocery list before I get home so I can get groceries when
okay.
I'm done with work.
There's the wife.
I'm taking the car because it's gonna rain again and...
It's always raining right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Alright. I'd assume chicken again. Or, yeah. Easy, nice and easy.
We had burgers yesterday and the day before.
Yeah. So chicken and potatoes, minimal.
And the burger buns that he picked out chipped my tooth!
It happens. I get, at some point we all go to soft gummy foods, right? It's all applesauce in the end.
No, not if you floss.
Alright.
The leading cause of tooth loss in the elderly is gingivitis, which is caused by not flossing your teeth. But since around 60% of people don't floss daily, that's why so many elderly people don't have their original teeth anymore.
Yeah. And yet, Sito, the burger buns had, like little hard flakes on top.
I think they had, amongst other things, like cracked peppercorns on top.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's what chipped my tooth.
Yeah. They were tasty, but yeah. They were garnished buns. I mean, I chipped my tooth on, like, biting into, just like a salami, or not a salami, just a little sausage. Can chip it on anything.
Sausage and sausage isn't that unusual, so I'm careful when chewing my sausage.
But it happens. Oh, and I'm just noticing in this zone. Let me crank my music up. Yeah, oh, this is new. I didn't catch this in the patch notes, but hey, they've added music to this zone. Nice. It was just dead silence before. I'll have to shut up and give it a listen in a bit while we're, you know, doing party stuff here. I still like the project to just kind of, yeah, add music to zones that just dead silent, you know. When I play the game on my own, I might turn off the music, but when I stream, I like to have the music on, and it's nice to just know there is music. Nice to know it's there. Also, I need to pay more attention to what the party's doing. Where are we going? So they're going to Beetles, so that would be... Well, I guess I could just follow this large Galka man here. If he's going the right way. I'm not sure. No, I see him. I see him on my map. They're going the right way.
I guess my wife chipped her tooth in burger buns is another one of those stories that sounds mighty suspicious.
Huh. It happens. I mean, look, it's no slipped and, you know, fell on the doorknob. It's none of that, so...
What do you do when your female partner falls down the stairs, though?
We have a lot of stairs. I don't think I've fallen down them yet, but I know it'll happen eventually. Especially with these cats that love to dart between our feet.
You mean this little black bundle of joy?
I know. One night it's gonna be dark, and Moon is just gonna run right, like, between my legs as I'm going down the stairs. I know it'll happen. Alright. But, okay, I'm at my party. I'm the group's white mage, so,
I believe you have to activate the cap.
Alright, so, let's see, is everyone here? That's 3, yeah, 6 people, everybody here. So I gotta see what level I'm sinking down to, and then I'll apply buffs and all that good stuff. I'll eat my sweet rice cakes.
Be nice to my husband, everybody.
They're always nice, they're always nice. So everybody's eating their food, their melon pie. Oh yeah, I do have a bit of a story about some partying that I did between streams, but we'll get to that when I'm a little more focused. Like nothing bad or anything, just a fun anecdote, if you will. So okay, what level am I synced to? I'm synced to 39. Ooh, that's even lower than I thought we were doing. Okay, 39. Where are we going in here? I don't think I've ever done Crawler's Nest before level 40. We don't... Do we not have... We have Protector too, right? Well, they just did Protector and Shelra. We got Protector too. So I guess I don't have haste at this level. Okay, so these link by sight. I'm not the puller, I don't have to worry about that, right? What I will do though is /last synth. I'm gonna make some more juice real quick. Alright. Just settling into my role here in the party. So we're fighting beetles. I mean, beetles don't have an AoE, right? Like beetles, I don't think they do the AoE thing. I don't think. Ooh, I can't remember how much I paid for haste. Like, I honestly can't remember. I have haste, but I don't remember paying a ton for it. Oh my god, look at that. Failing a craft that's way under my level. Yeah, I'm not sure how much haste is right now. I don't remember paying for it, though. Or I don't remember how much I paid. And if I don't remember, that usually means it wasn't a crazy expensive item. Alright, so I'm just crafting. But, quick anecdote here. Because they're just kind of getting ready, but I was in a party over the weekend. I think it was, yeah, it was with Lily, actually. But, the group, again, it was a good group, everything was fine, and this isn't a horror story, right? But it's one of those things, it was, like, right before maintenance, I think. And, yeah, like, so it was before maintenance, there wasn't that much time to party, right? And, it was one of those things where, man, the lead is like, oh no black mage. They need a DPS, right? The only thing keeping the group from forming was having one more DPS, and they're like, oh, no black mage, but there were like a ton of black mages seeking, right? So they were just gonna sit there and do nothing until maintenance comes, right? And then, well, we all can't do anything. So I'm like, no, like, let's get that black mage, right? Like, let's do something. And the party, yeah, like, the party was fine, smooth. I got almost 2 levels. It was a good party. But it's one of those cases where I've run into this multiple times. People would rather sit and wait for the perfect setup, or they have weird hang-ups about certain classes, right? Like, well, no, that black mage will be bad damage. You know, they get hang-ups, right? But yeah, like, they would rather just sort of do nothing than have a slightly less than ideal party. See, me, I'd rather do something versus doing nothing. So I'll take whatever in my party, right? And it generally works out just fine. But some people can be weird about that. Alright, so at this level I don't have haste, right? Pretty sure I don't have haste. Yeah, okay. I haven't been synced this low in quite a while. I mean, actually, I'm level 47 and I'm synced at 39. Okay, I'm not taking a penalty yet. I'm not taking any penalties. What I might want to do, though, I may want to just real quick pop my Emperor Band, get that bonus XP, right? Might want to get some of that bonus XP. And yeah, it was a Galka. I'm trying to think what. Yeah, it was a Galka Black Mage. Yeah, it was a Galka Black Mage that was the one that we invited, and they were fine. There were some things they did which to me weren't ideal, but like they're fine, right? Like I'm not gonna hassle them about it. Like, they were overall fine. And I'd say their issues weren't anything to do with being Galka. The issues were just kind of item choices, right? But that's, yeah, nothing deal-breaking. Oh, let me, I should always have regen on all the time, on anybody who's taking damage. But, what I noticed, okay, so this is something I've noticed with a lot of black mages. So they, you know, they go for MP recovery over everything, and normally I'd agree, right? MP recovery is super important. But landing your spells, like not getting resisted, is also super important. And I did notice that the guy was getting his spells resisted a lot, and he was using the ginger cookie for food. Nothing wrong with the ginger cookie, nothing wrong with it. But I think ginger cookies work better for summoners and white mages, and even then, I'd say more summoner than white mage. Again, this is not a, yeah, you can do whatever you want, and it works. It's just personal preference, I guess, or what I find works. But yeah, using ginger cookies to boost up your MP recovery, it is a solid idea. It's just, yeah, as a black mage, you need int, like you need it, and the ginger cookie does nothing for your int whatsoever. Does nothing for your max MP either, which as a Galka, you know, yeah, you definitely could use. Like for me, you know, and I'm not saying it's ideal, but like for me, the sweet rice cake is kind of ideal. Like it gives 3 int, 1 mind. That works for either a black mage or a white mage. More so black mage, but still. But the main thing is it gives, you know, it gives extra MP, and it actually does give 2 recovery. It gives 2 MP recovery. So you get a little bit of that ginger cookie recovery, but your stats also go up too, so your spells will land. And I don't know, at least for me, I feel like hard stats are kind of a little bit better for a mage. It's just, I don't know, I've noticed a lot of people that aren't summoners using ginger cookies. And I think in the early levels, ginger cookies are the best, just because that MP recovery is really, like, it's a lot of MP recovery early on, right? But at a certain point, I think you need the stats more than the MP recovery. It's also just as you level up, you have more MP to recover, right? Like 5 additional MP recovery is great when you're like in Valkyrim Dunes and you have between 100 and 200 MP, right? That's huge, but you know, like we're talking a over 40 party where you have like potentially 500 MP or more. And when you get to that point, 5 MP recovery per tick when you're resting, it's not nearly as big of a deal. It's still good, just not nearly as good, right, as when you're low level. And I only really noticed it because I noticed that the Galka Black Mage was getting resisted a lot. Like his spells were getting resisted a ton, and having some int food would have helped with that. Alright, let me go ahead and throw up a divine seal here. Alright, so I'm gonna lay out a big Cure 2. Not a Cure 3, I don't want a tank, right? I don't want to be the tank. But a nice big beefy Cure 2. Alright, so in between fights, sure, I'll throw a Cure 3, right? In between fights. That'll keep him good for a while. But also, even as a summoner, like even when I did summoner. So here's the thing, ginger cookies are very popular for the recovery, but I gotta be honest, like, ginger cookies are really annoying, at least for me. They only have like a 3-minute duration, right? They last for so little time. you kind of have to constantly eat them or remember to eat them, and at least for me that can be an issue. The thing is, like, you could say they want to cheap out, but it's like there's other cheap food that's better for your stats, you know? Yeah, like I don't know, melon pie or Roland berry pie, right? Like melon pie, Roland berry pie. These things can get cheap too. Like, they can be cheap as well. They don't give recovery, but they give you a ton of MP, they give you int. You know, they're good for your stats, right? Like, I feel like the sweet rice cake. I mean, hell, sweet rice cake is only like 3,000-ish gil per stack. That is cheap, right? That is cheap. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's more just that people really overvalue the MP recovery. Oh man, bad run getting resisted. What? I haven't even checked what. I wanted to check what level these beetles are. Like, what level are we fighting actually? 45. So these are. Well, the other one might have been higher, but these are about. I'd assume they're in the +6 to +7 range, something like that. So good ITs. Yeah, no, melee food, I mean, even the, like, there's the rice dumpling. The rice dumpling is pretty good, and that's pretty expensive. Or, you know, the stuff that I use as a Beastmaster, that's like 15k a stack food right there. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, melee food is real damn expensive. In comparison, mage food is relatively cheap. Gonna give it one more tick of recovery here. Alright. Get up, pop that juice, get to debuffing. And it kind of sucks, because man, I would like to play my Beastmaster more, you know, if I could get parties for it and such, but yeah, god. It's expensive. Okay, his paralyzes are landing a little better. I will admit, when I white mage, I do need to get more focused gear. Again, I only put it off because money's a little tight having to buy all these spells, right? Like, having to constantly buy spells and all that, the money gets tight. But I mean, what I really should do is yeah, see, right now I'm wearing a bit of a mishmash. Like, I have +19 int, +16 mind, and that's not horrible. But if it was a little more focused, I could have, like if I went all int, I'd have around 30 int, and if I went all mind, I'd have around 30 mind, so, you know, I could do much better. Right now, I just sort of have a generic set of, yeah, like, my white spells will land, my black spells will land, everything will land most of the time, but it'll miss a lot too. Cito, I'm not over Beastmaster, it's just, the problem is that Beastmaster doesn't get parties very easily. That's the problem. I still like the class, it's just hard to give it any play, right? Like, yeah, I don't get to whip it out very often. That's the problem. I guess where I consider it to be at right now, I wouldn't really invest more money in equipment for my Beastmaster. Like, I wouldn't go out of my way to get really expensive gear. But I'll use good food, right? Like, I want it to be effective. Hey, look at that. See, look at that. There's my int kicking in. My blind lands, even though I'm a white mage. Hell, why not? Throw out a banish. My MP is good right now. $405 EXP. Now, I do have my band on, but still, that's very nice. And yeah, some dual wielding going on over there. What's that one? Let me see. What class is he? Is he the ranger? No, he's a warrior. Yeah, warrior ninja. Warrior ninja. Hmm. Also, yeah, I don't know why we're like, why are we standing so far back? Like, I don't think beetles have, like, they don't have a big AoE attack. All right, let's see. I didn't put Dia on, did I? Slap that Dia too. Man, this guy takes a lot of damage very quickly, which isn't great. Yeah, like I'm looking at this dude's health bar down here, and his health is just melting away. Like at a much faster rate than even the Tarus. Oh, let me throw on some pineapple juice. There we go. Let me check, what's his setup here? Captain NQ. Captain normal quality? So he's a paladin warrior. I just sort of noticed though that he's, yeah, I don't know, he's a Galka and everything, but it just seems like he's taking way more damage than he should, and I'm not sure why. I guess I could inspect him, but again, I hate to just inspect people, right? Feels a little rude, you know? Yeah, I guess he might be an undergeared paladin, maybe. Again, I don't want to examine him, you know, that always feels so bad to do. It's just, yeah, his health is like, it's just going down so quickly. Like the other guy over here, the warrior, right? I think he's a warrior with a battle axe. Like that dude, like, he was tanking for a bit, and he was holding it just fine, right? All right. Nice. They kill really fast. That's good. Yeah. See, they got a nice black mage setting up a magic burst back here. Yeah, the shadows that, you know, Ninja provides, yeah, he won't die. I mean, as long as he doesn't have to tank for too long. That's sort of the thing about shadows. I mean, it ensures that for 3 attacks, you are basically immortal. But that's only 3 attacks, right? So you can hold aggro really good and not die for a bit, but then you'll start going down fast. Well, unless you have good gear too. If you have really good gear and good evasion and all that, then, I mean, your shadows will hold out longer, and just in general, you won't, you know, you won't go down so hard. Alright, so, see, in this party, I am capable of throwing on all my debuffs, but the other guy, you know, the other mage does seem to be handling debuffs, mostly. And, in this party, I am having to pump Captain NQ there. I'm having to pump him full of heals constantly. So that's sort of just where my MP is gonna go. Alright, let's throw out a Divine Seal, Cure 2. There we go. Where's my EXP at? Let me just check something real quick. Yeah, I'm very close to 48. I guess 51's the goal. That's what I'm shooting for. Oh, I want some good cursed healing. To be honest, I kind of wish this game had like proper cursed items, you know? I wish this game had something like cursed items. It doesn't really. It has a few bad items, right? Like they're just bad, but they're not like, oh, now you're cursed, right? That's what I want. Look, cursed items are not. That's not a rarity in a lot of RPGs, right? Many an RPG has cursed items. I love cursed items. Also, fighting these beetles, I guess we're gonna find some beetle jaws, right? So I'm hoping, oh, extra loot for my crafting. Oh no, the shameful cat girl. I don't know, human all the way. And, well, I don't know, I do like elves. Honestly, elves are fun, alright? They're fun. I still think if I make an alt for like an on-stream hardcore run, I feel like the best thing to do would be like a Windurstian Taru that's a warrior, right? So just like a little axe man. Or a monk. A little monk. The littlest monk. The littlest kung fu man. I think it'd be fun. Man, although I am just reminded I need to, you know, I did that one quest to get access to, you know, to the ruins, right? To get past the three mage gate, right? To go through the back door to it. I'm gonna have to do my black mage artifact stuff at some point, and I think, yeah, that goes back around through Windurst, right? Oh no. Oh no. The raiders. It's Monday and it's all cold and dreary and I'm all stuffy and no, then the raiders come. And they're in their long ships. Just right up to the front door. Alright, I'm not sure if I Dia2'd this guy or not. Let me just throw that on. Also, let me consume more juice. Consume juice. But hey there, Baru. Hey there. Baru and company. Alright, let me just throw on a regen here. Just throw that right on. I'm not gonna bother with healing this guy too much, because he's, you know, he's not a tank, right? A regen is good enough. Slap the old regen band-aid on. Man, I have found that as a white mage, aggressively regenning is just sort of the way to go. And the moment you get regen 2, man, healing just becomes a matter of alternating regens, right? Like, regen 2 the tank, regen 1, you know, whoever's just every now and then taking damage, and just, man, regen's just amazing. Oh hey, a red bear, nice! I swear, I'll hop on Turtle WoW again sometime. I'm up to dungeon level. I can do the dead mines now. So when we do Turtle WoW stream again, it'll be healing a dungeon time. Yeah, I find that I only really have to, like in the last party I was in as a white mage, which was in the Crawler's Nest, I really only had to throw a cure. Like, I didn't even... The thing is, I was doing a party at level 46, I think, and the only time I had to cure at all, I had to throw a cure 2 every now and then on the tank. A cure 2. Like, I have up to cure 4, and I only needed to use cure 2. Regen 1 and 2 was pretty much doing all the heavy lifting. Yeah, regen is super mana efficient. Just super efficient. Also, because I did some partying at level, like, over level 45, I realized something. On this server, Horizon specific change, there's, like, I think it's called Devotion. I never even knew I had it, because I don't look in my job abilities that much over level 45. I'm usually synced under it, right? And apparently every 10 minutes as a white mage, I can sacrifice like 25% of my health, and that turns into MP for a party member. So I can give health as mana to a party member once every 10 minutes. So it's not that great, but very handy. I used it on the other mage in the party. It kind of makes me feel a little better about not having refresh, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was kind of wondering how I would make good use of that. Yeah, a good use would be if you have like a paladin tank to kind of share your mana with them. And also I had a bit of a second realization, which is that the amount of MP you give is relative to the amount of health you sacrifice. Now, you sacrifice 25% of your health, so if you're just a wee baby Taru, you're not actually sacking that much health, right? So you're not giving that much MP. But if you're like, yeah, I mean, as a human I have a decent pool, but if you're like an elf or a Galka white mage, you are just pumping MP into your target. It's an interesting mechanic. Very interesting mechanic. Yeah, I think, Sito, the way I look at it is, it's just sort of a... I could see it being useful in certain situations, but it depends, right? Like, if you're... Like, for a mage, right? For another mage in the party, I mean, mages need MP constantly. It wouldn't really be enough MP to make that much of a difference, but a tank, like a paladin, you know, they need MP, but they don't need MP as often as a mage. So because of the 10-minute timer, you'd get a little more mileage out of that on, like, a paladin, right? Otherwise, it would just sort of be I guess it would be more of a panic thing, right? Like, oh god, we need to kill this thing, but the black mage is out of MP. Quick, shoot him some MP. I could see it being used like that. Ooh, we gotta level up. I will clap and cheer. There we go. And I'm gonna level up in the next fight, pretty much. Oh, I'm just noticing. Need to reapply buffs. Oh no, Captain Norm. Oh no, our tank has to go. Oh no. This is always what happens. Always. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like the warrior could, like, I feel like these two, right? honestly, these two could probably tank just fine for the party. I mean, I hate to say it, but honestly, these two are actually kind of easier to heal than the Galka Paladin. Like, I hate to say that, right? But it's kind of true. I wonder, the Scission, what's the chain with Scission? Stone, I see. I wonder, is there anything... Oh, yay, I leveled up. Level 48. I'll have to see what spells I need. The old dance going on there. Oh, look, these days, not a lot of tanks or healers on. In these forsaken lands, no one dares to tank or heal. I do want to, like, I really do want to play Paladin. I really do. It's just I'm a little nervous, right? I'm a little nervous about Pally tanking because look at this guy, right? Like, he's a goddamn Galka, and he is so hard to heal. Like this Galka Paladin, he goes down faster than the Elf Warrior. Hell, he goes down faster than the Taru Warrior. And I mean, you know, if he's going down like that, I mean, I know for a fact I'm not gonna have good gear, right? Like, I'll try to get decent gear, but I'm not gonna have amazing gear, right? So I feel like, you know, I feel like if I go Paladin, oh, I'm just gonna be, you know, I'm gonna be worse than that even. Oh, what do we got here? What's this? We can do these 38s. So they have a 38 ninja. Okay, so we have a replacement. Got a replacement tank. A ninja tank at that. Ooh. Yeah, I do think that being a tank in this game is really all about having good gear, right? And yeah, I know for a fact when I go Paladin, I'm not going to have the good gear, right? Like, I know I'm not. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. This might be a mistake, but I threw out a big Cure 3. There we go. I timed it good. I timed it good. And hey, everybody leveling up. Cheer. There we go. Everybody levels up. Nice, nice. I know, Sito. It's... Well, this is the thing, right? Like, there are some classes in this game that can get away with almost playing naked all the way to 75, right? Beastmaster. Hell, Summoner even. Like, you know, you need a certain amount of MP as a Summoner, but... oh god, especially if you're a Taru, right? Like, if you're a Taru Summoner, you already have good MP, so you can get away with having relatively poor equipment, because... As a summoner, there's very little you can do to make your avatars better until the very high levels, and even then, it's not necessary to just kill things and level up, right? And you don't have to buy any spells as a summoner. Yeah, I'd say, you know, both Summoner and Beastmaster they're good poor man's classes. But then you have, you know, with most DPS, you want to have at least decent equipment, so you do damage. And if you're a healer, healers can kind of slack on gear, like, honestly, right? Like, in a good party, you actually don't need that much healing. You have a lot of wiggle room on what you're doing exactly. But like, oh yeah, if you want a tank, you gotta have the best gear, or else you just fold, right? you crumble into a pile. Now, I guess the question is that fair, right? Is it fair that certain classes, you know, are way more expensive than others? Or, I mean, hell, if you're a ninja, right? If you're a ninja, there's so many things you have to buy. You have to buy tons of ninja powders, shurikens. You got consumables out the ass, right? You're just burning money by existing. You know, rangers, they gotta keep up with their arrows and everything, and yeah, like, I don't know, is it fair? Probably not. But it is how it is, right? Like, is it fair that on the average, white mage spells are a lot cheaper than black mage spells? Is that fair? I don't know. Oh, look, look, this little Taru over here. Oh, look, BRB, rolling that smoke. Okay, so we've got a Taru over here. It's today is, it's 420 every day. We're in good hands. Also, since I guess right now the party is in a bit of a downtime, I have a moment to try and appreciate this soundtrack. I've had my sound a little low, but, So if I'm being honest, I like it. I mean, it's a nice chill track, but it kinda... Okay, maybe it's just me, but this wouldn't sound out of place in a Silent Hill game, right? Like in a somber moment in a Silent Hill game. Like, I don't know, am I the only one that hears that? Alright, see you later, Sito. See you later. Yeah, so as I'm listening to this track, again, I think it's fine here. I'm not sure what would be more appropriate, you know? But to me, what I'm getting is this is this music would kick in when a Silent Hill protagonist enters a room and is talking to someone who is really fucking depressing, right? Maybe they leave a knife behind or something, I don't know, and then yeah, you're just left in the room with this soundtrack playing. That's what I hear. That's what I get. Let me make some more juice. Pineapple juice. What's going on with that pineapple juice? I don't know. When it comes to the custom soundtracks, some of them I really like. Some of them, like the endless xylophone in Altepa. That one I'm not a fan of. Mostly because the xylophone just drives me crazy. But it's a mixed bag. I generally like the new soundtracks. I feel like maybe the issue with this one is just that it's a little too somber. It feels like sad moment music, and I don't think there's anything particularly to be sad about in the Crawler's Nest. I don't think. I mean, maybe if you're on your thief artifact quest, you know, maybe that, but... Alright, so I'm just waiting on this guy to show up. While he's showing up... Oh, he's just gone now! He poofed. He done poofed. Now, was that just a little disconnection? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, I should have brought all my beetle jaws along, right? I should have Yeah, I should have brought my beetle jaws and bone chips along. Should have done that. I could have got my crafting in right here and now. Oh, so we, yeah, lost the new guy. Look, I'm just sitting here juicing, alright? But, okay, a DC. Well, yeah, we can only hope he comes back. Can only hope. But, I guess since we're not even level synced right now, do I have... I put the items in my satchel, right? Please tell me yes, I put them in my satchel, which means we can get our craft on right here, right now. Okay, so let's pop out the wind crystals. So, wind crystals, beetle jaws, bone chips. I am good to go. I have everything I need to do some hardcore crafting. This is a level 38 recipe. So level 38 recipe, which, let me just check something. I need to check my crafting skills. So my bone craft is 28. So this is a recipe that is 5 levels higher than me, but that's okay, right? That's fine. It means I'll fail a lot and I'll lose materials, but I'll get skill ups, which is fine. That's absolutely fine. So this recipe is 1 bone chip and 1 beetle jaw. I am trying to be a better crafter, alright? And not just a consumable crafter, but a proper real crafter. Shattered. But yeah, see, I only lost my bone chip. Yeah, okay, so I only lost a bone chip. This is fine. We're gonna lose all the materials. It's all fine. Main thing is skill points. Look at that. But yeah, this is I honestly find that it's almost ideal to fail while you're leveling up crafting. Which I know that sounds really counterproductive or counterintuitive, but when you fail, it's only a chance that you'll lose the materials, right? Like, yeah, see, I failed synthesis, the only thing I lost was the crystal. But, okay, let's say I successfully craft, right? If I successfully craft, I lose everything. I lose the crystal, I lose all the items involved because they go into making a product. Now, yeah, you could sell the product, but maybe not for that much, right? Yeah, so I'm making handfuls of beetle arrowheads. But, yeah, it's almost more ideal to fail because failing skills you up all the same, right? You skill up just the same whether you succeed or fail. Like, you have the same chance to skill up either way. But if you fail, you don't, maybe you don't lose anything, right? Other than the crystal. And that's a really weird way to look at it, but I think failure is good in this instance. Okay, now that time I lost everything and didn't make anything. That's when it sucks. But if you only lose the bone chip or you only lose the jaw, the jaw is the expensive thing. But either way, it's all skill ups just the same. Oh, I'm being traded with. Can I trade while crafting is the question. I'm not sure. I think I have to finish crafting. Yeah, let me finish breaking everything. So, alright, trade. Am I initiating a trade or not? I don't think I am. Okay. Huh. Weird. So I seem to not be able to initiate trade. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm not sure what they want to trade. Ah, they got the beetle jaws. Ah, nice, nice. I'm just a craftin' busybody. Yeah, I have no idea how much the beetle arrowheads are worth, but I don't know. I've made arrowheads before and they weren't worth anything. I feel like they're probably not worth a lot. Or at the very least, it's minimal, right? Truth is, what I really need to do, beetle jaws are not... They're expensive on the auction house, but they're really not that rare. Like, they're really not. What I need to do is I need to get off my lazy ass, and I need to go farm some beetles. Ordell's Cave is really good for that. Yeah, I need to stop being lazy and just get beetle jaws, right? Yeah, God, I'm breaking so many, but I'm not losing that many jaws actually. And I have bone chips are cheap. Like bone chips are dirt cheap. But yeah, if I don't know, yeah, if I was crafting something. Yeah, if I was crafting something that was worth a lot of money if I succeeded, I would probably care more about succeeding. Oh, we got another success. I guess I'll have to check later, but I think also these probably stack 99, right? They're probably a 99 stack item, so I need to make a ton of them to actually be able to even sell them, right? Let's take a look. Where are they at? Where are they at? Ah, here they are. Okay, yeah, they're a 99 stack item. What's the chances I'll even get a full stack? Well, because not with that attitude. Oh, there goes my beetle jaw. Alright, well, we're level synced again. I'm just really waiting for them to get back to partying up and doing shit, you know? Not everyone's here, right? Yeah, we're still waiting on the last guy to come. Still waiting on that. When they get here, I'll throw up the Protectra 2 and Shelra 2. I'm still not sure if Shell is that useful against non-spellcaster enemies. Still not too sure. Oh hey, Salty Melon! I think I've partied with this guy before. I think. Pretty sure I have. Alright, I just buffra, right? It's Protect and Shell. Alright, we're all protected. Well, what level are we synced at again? We are currently synced at 37. Oh, 37! That means I'm taking an EXP penalty. Oh no. I'm fine with that. I don't care. I don't care about taking a little hit. I think at just one level out of range, it's not even that bad, right? But I don't care. I will level sync down to 10 if you want, right? So I assume he's gonna be our main tank. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Main thing is when I sink down, There's just so many spells I don't have, I have to get used to. Oh. Like, yeah, I've, so in higher parties, I've gotten so used to just being a haste machine, right? Like, haste, I mean, I use nothing but regen 1 and 2, and then haste, right? I'm a haste dispenser in the higher level parties. Alright, well, we're just kind of... Yep, we're here. Everybody here, right? Just waiting. Do I need to pull? Well, yeah, everybody's here, right? Let me double check that. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's on. Ooh, we've got a very active ninja. Very active ninja. I've noticed he's doing some of the debuffs and stuff, so I might not even have to throw out debuffs. That is something I've noticed. Yeah, if other people have like a paralyze or blind effect, then it doesn't stack. So. And same goes for buffs too. I actually noticed that in a party I was in as a white mage, after, like, it was up to level 47, and it was partied up with a summoner who used Leviathan's refresh gun, right? So I will be honest, I actually have not been in a party where I got refreshed, right? I hadn't had that happen yet, so this was the first time. And what I noticed is that you can either take a refresh, or you can drink, you can drink your juice, right? But they don't stack together. I was always under the impression that they would stack, but they don't. And I have two thoughts about that. One is that it sort of, well, it means that you don't necessarily need a refresher if you have lots of melon juice or whatever. I mean, you've got that 2-point refresh all the time. But also it means that if you're in a party with someone who has a refresh of some form, well, you can't drink juice, so that'll save some money. That'll save some money. Yeah, look at that. He's yeah, Salty Melon over there. He's a good try-hard ninja, so he's slinging his debuffs and everything. Then all I really got to do is, yeah, debuff defense with Dia 2. That's about all I can do there. See, a party like this now, compared to the Paladin tank, right? I don't even have to do anything. I got time to sit back and cast Banish, right? Oh, I can't, look at that, they kill so fast, I don't even have time to cast Banish. Don't even got time for Banish. Alright, I still have time on my Emperor Band. Let me take a look. How are my combat skills looking? So I do still need to level up staff, but I don't... the only thing I have staff-wise is my treat staff. I have my treat staff. Don't really want to whip that out. Magic skills. So the only magic skill that is not maxed at this level is Divine. So, yeah, I guess really I'll just throw out some... I'll throw out some banishes. Do I have Banish 2 at this level? I do, in fact, have the Banish 2. Well, fuck it, why not? What else am I doing? He took a hit, but I mean, he's a mage. He's gonna have to sit down and rest anyway. I'll throw him like a Cure 2 if he needs it, but he needs to sit down and rest anyway. Yeah, he's got Drain, right? That's got him covered. Very good ninja tank though. Very good. Not just in terms of taking damage, but also there's the old power attack. But also just he's slinging debuffs constantly, so he's taking quite a load off of me. Maybe too much load off of me. Like I don't have much to do in this party. Oh, nice, level up. So, Salty Melon's got regen on. Hold up, let me... Dia 2 is probably the most valuable thing I can do to the enemies here. I kind of have mixed feelings. It's... So here's the thing. When we were working with that Paladin tank before, I mean... Yeah, he was a lot harder to heal, right? And, you know, he wasn't throwing out debuffs of his own. But, I don't know, I was getting a lot of play as a white mage, right? It felt good to have to throw out heals a lot. But with this guy, yeah, he's got debuffs covered. He's tanking very, like, he takes minimal damage. Like, regen really is just working out for him. It's a weird feeling, right? And I get this feeling in a lot of games like this that I play. I get this feeling where when you play a healer, it's kind of more fun when things are more dangerous, right? I think this is kind of true for most MMOs or games in general. But when you play a support character, if everybody is good and everything is fine, then the party tends to be on the boring side, because there's not a whole lot for you to do, right? Like, they've got it under control. It's almost more fun if the situation is wildly out of hand and uncontrollable, and you know, like, anybody could die at any moment. It's almost more fun. Yeah, Bard might work out a little better there. I mean, I hate the pulling aspect of Bard. That's the thing. I hate the idea of pulling. All right. I'm just gonna toss him a regen because he's got to rest anyway, right? So I'm tossing him a regen. Yeah, I mean, with Bard, you're constantly busy no matter what, right? Like, whether the party is doing good or bad, you're constantly busy. So, yeah, like, that element of Bard I like. I'm not sure I could keep it up for several hours in a party. You know, that's the main thing. I'm not sure I could keep it up for a long time. I might, you know, exhaustion, fatigue might set in, but it does sound, yeah, more my speed. I don't know, I like being a bit of a pillar of the party, right? Which would be either a tank or a healer. I consider those kind of party pillars. Technically, a good DPS can also be a pillar of the party. But, or, you know, just a support or whatever, but... yeah, it's just as a white mage, I really feel like, yeah, if I'm in a party with, you know, like, the others, they're tanking just fine. They honestly don't need healing that much. They're throwing out debuffs, so... yeah, like, I don't have anything to do on the debuff angle. I'm just sort of here, you know. I'm sort of here, and I guess I am helping to make sure that things go smoothly, right? I'm filling more of the role of a safety net right now. Like, I'm just a nice, comfy safety net, which is fine. You know, it's nice to have that, but not the most rewarding feeling, you know. Yeah, but with this party, it's like, oh no, I could just use my MP to level up my divine magic a little bit, right? What else am I doing with it? Oh no, they're taking damage. See, now it gets interesting again, because they didn't have their shadows up, but now they have shadows up, so now they're just not gonna die. And now the regen will carry them the rest of their health bar. Yeah, I'd say my threshold is maybe a little less than that, like, I'd say like 1, depending on the party, right? Like, depending on the party and their pace, I feel like I'd get really tired out after somewhere between an hour to 2 hours, right? Depending on the party. That's kind of the problem with a really high activity class in this game, is that it can get so repetitive that it's like working at an assembly line, and it can just wear you down, right? And you don't want to get worn down in a game like this. It's a marathon, right? So I do like that as a white mage, it's not always constant intensity, but it's just... I think maybe the best type of group to me is... So the best type of group is one where things are mostly smooth most of the time, but every now and then things get really intense, and you gotta kind of snap to your senses and be on your A game, right? And with this party, it's just nice and smooth. There's never really any moments where I have to really wake up and kind of, you know, step up to the plate, right? Yeah, the only time I can do like the several hours party thing is, well, here on the stream, right? Here for the stream. But if I'm not streaming and I'm just kind of on my own, I don't usually party up with people that long. I like maybe 3 hours tops, you know? Like 3 hours, my average party time outside of streams is usually like 2 to 3 hours, which I feel like that's really... I'm gonna be honest, like, the wife plays Monster Hunter with her friends for way longer than that, and that's Monster Hunter, right? Like, she will play Monster Hunter for like 8 hours straight, right? Like, into the morning. Okay, like, I feel bad staying up late, but like, no, then she'll be going to bed when the sun's coming up. So, yeah, I feel like a 2 to 3 hour party in a game like this is fine. That's healthy. I think that's nice and healthy. That's balanced. But I have, like, I think we've all seen, known, or at times in our life been the guy that has done, like, you know, 7-hour parties in this game, right? Or a game like it. I think we've all been there at least once. I can't really do that even if I wanted to. Like, even, you know, like, let's say it's the weekend, right? You know, let's say it's the weekend, hell, even on the weekend where I have absolutely nothing else to do, and, like, we're just ordering out for dinner and all that, I still don't really party up for more than 5 hours, and it's really just because at that point, no matter what class I'm playing, fatigue settles in, right? Like, even if my schedule is clear and I'm good for it, I just get fatigued. Like, I just want to get up, right? Like, I want to stand up, go somewhere, do something. I don't want to just sit in front of my PC all the time. Yeah, 12-hour I don't think I could do that. And it's not, yeah, like, it's not even a matter of time. Because again, on the weekends, like, both of our schedules is a lot clearer. And, you know, technically, if I wanted to, I could just do a 12-hour party, right? But I wouldn't want to. Like, I would physically and mentally feel bad after a 12-hour party. Like, it would be a struggle to do that. Yeah, as a support class, it's worse because your gameplay is super hectic and really repetitive. See, I could probably white mage, right? Like, I can white mage or black mage. Both of them tend to be fairly laid back, except for when they're not. But, you know, I could do that for several hours, but it's a matter of what I want to, you know? And look, I've kind of had this argument with the wife, right? We've been down this road, and that is because it came up because of Monster Hunter, right? And again, Monster Hunter is a game. It's a game you can play single player, right? But yeah, no, she has like those long ass. No, we're not talking 6 hours. We're talking like, yeah, sometimes 8-hour plus Monster Hunter sessions with friends, right? Where they just do that all evening and into the early AM, right? And for me, I can't, like, a game like that, because it's so actiony, I can't do that. Like, it gets uncomfortable physically, for me anyway. But, we had a little bit of an argument, which is, hey, so she says, if you really love a game, then you'll play, you know, you can't just play it for an hour or 2 or 3. If you really love a game, then you'll play it for 6+ hours at a time. Funny enough, the wife has a more hardcore mindset on this one than I do. Like, me, the old school EverQuest player, is more casual on this. True, yeah, and I mean, I think something like Monster Hunter is that for her. Like, yeah, if a game really pulls me in and I'm just completely fascinated by it and I'm just lost in it, I could, you know, I do have moments where the hours just fly by, right? It happens, but yeah, that's rare, and it's more like, I guess we're talking about a sustained thing, right? Like, I think every game sort of has that honeymoon phase, right? But once you're past that, and you kind of settled in, I mean, yeah, you kind of play it a little more healthily, right? Oh hey, we got a Dragoon now. Nice. But yeah, I think her argument was more that if you really like and are interested in a game and you're really having fun with it, then you can't just play for 1 or 2 or 3 hours, right? That you wouldn't get anything out of it. Because the thing is, right, like, I'll play Monster Hunter with her, but for me, physically, I don't know, something about how Monster Hunter plays, because it is very action intense. It just makes me physically not feel good after like an hour or 2. Like, even if I'm interested, I just can't, right? But it's like, oh no, if you really were interested, you'd go for 5 hours at least, and it's like, man, I can't. Like, I would have my eyes would be burning out of my skull. My poor joints, my fingers. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a lack of dedication when it comes to not wanting to play anything for that long. I think it's just everybody has their own threshold of both physically and mentally when they hit a point where even if they like something, they just can't anymore, right? For one reason or another. I think some people have a really high threshold, and it depends on, you know, it depends on the game, depends what you're doing, but I don't think it's a dedication issue. I also just find it really funny that, yeah, like, she's the one that does not touch MMOs. You know, she's not into that MMO life, right? But I like, she kind of has the hardcore raider mentality when it comes to time spent in a game. like kinda. I'm just Mr. Casual over here. Mr. Melon over here, I hate that thing. Yeah, they change gear and they blink, and it's... I think he's changing his chest piece and stuff, right? His armor, not his weapons or anything. So, he needs some lock style. He needs some lock style up in here, because whenever... Yeah, look at that, he blinked again, and now I untarget him, and... Like lock style, my man. Lock style. Look, I enjoy lock style for the fashion, right? I do. But I also enjoy it for the practicality. Like, well, see, now with my Black Mage, now that I can use elemental staffs, I do switch them, right? So I lock style my staff's look, so I don't blink every time I change my staff. Like, that blinking is just... For me, it's annoying just visually, right? Like, visually, it's just, I don't like it, but it's also, it's also annoying if you're trying to target people, and they just blink out, and then you untarget them. Yeah, throw out that binge. Like in this party, yeah, why not? So every time banish is up, they're just gonna use it. There we go, it's back up into the white health. Let's see, I kind of need a quick bathroom break, but I'm gonna try and find a good timing for that. Also, EXP. I haven't had my my boost on in a little while, but it's still... Yeah, I guess I'm level 48 and the party is 38, so there's no penalty anymore. I don't know, it's still fine. Alright, just want to get one little... There we go, one little tip of MP. My MP was fine, honestly, it's just I like to keep it up at a certain level. Also, okay, that's Rhino Guard is evasion, not defense, but it's something I've kind of wondered about. When enemies do a plus defense thing, or a plus offense thing, I guess, too, with Bio, but... Okay, so let's say you put Dia on the enemy, and then it does a plus defense special ability, right? Now, does that overwrite Dia? And then you have to reapply it? Or is Dia just still on? I feel like it wouldn't override it because Dia, like something like Dia or Bio, they're not just defense or offense debuffs. They're damage over time, like they're poison basically. And I feel like if the game worked that way, then yeah, you could just apply an offense buff to overwrite Bio, right? And the game most certainly doesn't work that way. Like, going Berserk doesn't overwrite Bio as far as I know. So I would assume the same would be true for defense and Dia. But I'm not 100%. I've been in, most parties don't seem to care or notice or anything, but I have been in parties in the past where people, yeah, like when a crawler, for instance, would do Cocoon, yeah, they'd be like, cast Dia it now, but I did Dia, I did it before, right? I'm just not sure how the application of the buffs work there. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Thanks, Lily. That was my suspicion. Is like, yeah, it doesn't, overwrite anything. It's just like, okay, pure bullshit, but just as I guess a bit of a thought process here. So, like, let's say you Dia debuffs, I don't know, like 15% defense, right? So if the mob buffs its defense by like 40%, yeah, you're not getting rid of it or anything. Like nothing's overriding anything. It's not like a dispel, but it's just okay. Now it doesn't have 40% anymore. Now it's down to like 25% defense, right? And it doesn't matter if you do it before or after it cocoons. It's just, yeah, again, just bullshit numbers, but just kind of as an idea, right? Kind of figuring how it might work, the process. But I've been in parties where they really, really seem to think it mattered. Like, that every time the enemy does a defense buff or whatever, that you have to Dia again, right? Which for Dia 1, that's not too much of a waste, but Dia 2 costs some MP, and having to reapply Dia 2 constantly, that ain't great, right? Like especially if if let's say the enemy, because crawlers and things, they can buff their defense multiple times in a fight, and if your party is forcing you to cast Dia 2 over and over again, that can actually get really costly on your MP. Yeah, I haven't had a party like that in a long time, but it has happened in the past where they think that it works the way that, that a buff, like they think the enemy's buff overwrites Dia, and so you've got to do it again to overwrite that, and it's, I don't know if it ever, like maybe it did work like that at some point in the game, maybe. But it seems to just be one of those voodoo things, right? Just some voodoo that developed at some point. Again, this game is full of voodoo. It is kind of part of the fun, but it can be a little bit annoying when people kind of, they make you play in a different way purely because of a superstition. That can be not so great. Also, total aside, I did level up to 48. I'm wondering, I know that at level 50, that's when I get Holy, right? I think Holy is level 50. I have no idea what my 48 and 49 spells are, if I even have any. No idea what I get in that range. I might wanna look that up real quick, because I don't know if I need to buy more spells or not. And I only have 45k over 3 million, so I don't want to go under that. I'll take a quick look after this beat up, right? Or actually, hell, come on. They got this covered, right? They got this. So I'll just throw regen on the off tank in case he gets aggro, but otherwise I think they have the situation in hand. Yeah. So let me just recover a little more. And I want to take a quick look to see what I'm missing exactly. So, HorizonXI White Mage. Yeah, see, I'm still looking here, but they got this. So, okay, 47 was Protectra 3. Oh, there's no... Man, white mages actually just have less spells than black mages. Yeah, I'm looking at the spell list, and it's not just that white mage spells are cheaper. White mages literally have less spells to buy. Yeah, there's just no spell from 48 and 49. There was no 46 spell either. There's actually several levels where white mage just doesn't have any spell. White mage is just cheaper. It's just cheaper all around. I guess they're really. I guess the white mage privilege is real. Oh. Oh, got another. Somebody leveled up. Who leveled up? Moons. Munez. Oh, they're keeping up the kills here. Look, I threw out my paralyze. I did good. He's probably gonna use his own. Like the ninja's probably gonna paralyze anyway. But look, I'm helping. I'm helping. Oh, man, that blinking. They're doing reverberation. So, what's the chain? Water. Okay. I don't think I have. Yeah. Look, I contribute to the chains every now and then, right? Because my elemental skill is, well, it's capped for what it can be. I have good int, so I actually. In a couple parties I've been in as the white mage, yeah, I throw out an elemental spell whenever there's a burst, right? And the damage isn't, like, it's not good, but it, like, relative to how much MP it costs to use, it's not bad, actually. Like, when I throw out a blizzard in a magic burst, I can magic burst for, like, over 120 damage. I can do a thunder for, like, 170. Like, in the course of a magic burst, throwing out a blizzard or thunder or whatever, it's actually not terrible damage. It's really not. it might make people do a double take, but yeah, a little white mage burst, it works. I mean, I guess the other thing I could do is banish, but I'm not aware of any chains that I can use light magic with. Like, what's a light magic skill chain? I don't even know. I mean, also my divine magic is absolutely terrible. So. But I am wondering, because as I level white mage more, and I guess I noticed this kind of passively as a beastmaster as I was going up to 75. But what I've really noticed is that as parties get higher level, they honestly just don't need healing nearly as much. Like healing just isn't as necessary the higher level you get. It becomes more of a safety net and not a constant thing that you need. And so I guess a white mage would, white mage becomes a little more similar to red mage in that it's all about debuffs, right? Debuffs and support buffs, haste, right? Get that haste out. But then also that would, like if you have to worry less about healing, that would free up a lot of MP for dealing damage as a white mage, actually. And I mean, I don't know, I've never had Holy as a white mage before. I've never had a white mage high enough to use that. But you know what I have done? I've taken Beastmaster to 75, and I've had enemies cast Holy on me. And it really fucking hurts, right? Like, it does a massive amount of damage, even as a 75 Beastmaster, so... I'm kind of hopeful that Holy is actually a good damage spell. I mean, hell, Banish isn't that bad. Honestly, Banish is not bad damage. The problem is that you very rarely have an opportunity to just sling out banishes in a normal party. At least low level, right? Like low level, in the low levels, like in Valkurm Dunes, Kufum Island, all that, you're like, in the low levels, tanks need heals so goddamn much, you never have a good opportunity to cast offensive spells. Like, you just don't have the MP to sling out spells like that in the lower levels. But see now, like in this party, for instance, I really don't have that much I need to do. Like, they've got debuffs covered, they tank really good. I don't, like, I'm, not a lot going on, so I mean, I might as well do damage, right? I might as well get my banishes in. Hell, let me drop an elemental seal on this one, right? Like, yeah, Elemental Seal Banish too. 112 damage, and I'm pretty sure that's still a partial resist. I am very sure that's a partial resist still. Like, even with Elemental Seal. But yeah, I'd assume you really have to level up your divine magic, and I mean, I guess I'm in a good spot to do that now, actually, right? But yeah, this is kind of the ideal setup to level up divine magic. Ain't nobody need my heals. They don't need me debuffing, except for Dia 2. Dia 2 is the most valuable thing I can cast. Oh hey, look, oh man, I get to heal. But he's got his shadows back up, so now he doesn't need healing. Let me pop my pineapple juice. Yeah, I got pineapple juice flowing, so... But yeah, maybe with proper leveling of my divine magic, maybe White Mage can actually become a half-decent damage class, right? Maybe. Maybe. Seeing who's taking damage here. Yeah, okay. The off tank is taking a little damage. Oh, just noticed that my sweet rice cake went down. Let's get that back up. There we go. It's only 2 MP. It's only 2 MP on rest, but it's still nice. It's nice to have, right? Oh, what am I, it's because he blinked. God, I was noticing I was just getting the errors, right? It's because he blinked out of existence again. He keeps doing it. Most parties that I'm in, people are lock styling because of the blinking issue, right? Like most people, even if they don't care about fashion or anything, and they're just lock styling the armor they are currently wearing. In most parties I'm in, they do it so their character doesn't constantly flash. Which I gotta say, lock style was not always a thing in this game. Like when I played back in the day, it wasn't a thing. God, equipment, like think about all the equipment switching that happens in this game. And imagine if every time you changed any piece of equipment, you were just, your character was just flashing for like a full second. Like for me, purely on a visual basis, the game would be unplayable. But I guess for some people that's classic, right? I guess. Alright, let me get back up and throw out another banish. Yeah. I think back in the day, people used third-party tools to kind of fix that, right? But lock style is a nice in-game way to fix it. and I guess some people just put up with it. Some people just put up with that. But I don't know. For me, this game becomes so much more, like infinitely more enjoyable with lock style, and it's both for practical and non-practical reasons, right? Like, on the practical end, you're not blinking constantly, so it makes playing smoother to look at and to just do. And then on a non-practical end, I mean, come on, fashion, even in this game, the fashion quest is real, alright? Even here. So it just overall makes the game so much better, so much more fun. And I just noticed that dude, so when he's blinking sometimes, I notice he's blinking into the pumpkin helmet. I guess he's going for like a little plus enmity as he does a certain thing, right? Man, gotta squeeze that one point of enmity. Yeah, look, the fashion endgame, it's real. Okay, it's real in a lot of games, even when you don't think it would be, right? Hell, even back in ye old EverQuest 1, right? And we're not even talking the nice Lukeland models. We're talking the original, you know, blocky-ass early 3D models. Even with that, the fashion quest was real. All right. Look, I'd take Inaruk as my deity just so that I could wear a suit of chainmail as a wizard. All right, because that looked badass. So yeah, the fashion quest is incredibly real in every game. Look, it's nice to have a character that looks somewhat unique and that feels a little more personal. It just feels good. Oh man, they're cranking that damage out. Hey, white mage kill, look at that. I took it out with a 30 damage banish, not bad. I love scoring the white mage kill on things. It's silly, but it feels good. And yeah, white mage can deal damage. It can. Well, yeah. I mean, look, we all know about those mods in FF14. We all know about that. I did play way too much Final Fantasy 14. I played way too much, it tainted me. But even before that, I like a good fashion quest. You know, all the way back to EQ, right? EverQuest 2 was a little bit better for the fashion quest, but even then, it's nice to have a personalized look. That said, my main priority in a game like this is I want my character to... I want to be able to customize how I play more so than how I look. Like, I like being able to use different sub-jobs to change how I play with equipment. I like the mechanical customization more than the cosmetic. But I do still really like the cosmetic customization too. It's a close second for me. People can even... That's one thing I always wondered when it comes to, the many mod users in FF14. I always wondered how they go about interacting with each other. Like, do they have to make sure they're using the same mods? Like, hey bro, look, if you want to see that dick, you gotta use this mod. No, not that one, the other dick mod. I don't know, it just feels like it'd be a little awkward, right, if you're into that particular side of the game. That said, look, back in my day, look, people ERP'd back in EverQuest, right? When you were basically dealing in Lego characters. So, and obviously there was nothing to support that, but look, all you need is text, alright? That's all you need. They're just spoiled these days with their fancy mods. I see. Huh. So you get a code. It's oh god, it's like the Nintendo friend codes, except, adult. I kind of love that. That makes me chuckle. It makes me chuckle that people are that into it, honestly. Good for them, but still. Yeah, I will admit, I liked FF14 for longer than I should have. Game changed in a way I didn't like, but it's fine. The main thing is, I noticed the Second Life crowd was getting really high in FF14, and there's nothing really wrong with that. It's just I honestly feel like a lot of those players don't really play the game that much. They use the game more as just a social vehicle rather than a game. Now, I'll admit, I tend to use, you know, I love socializing in these games, right? It's a great way to meet people. You know, it's good fun times, but I'm still here for the game too, and I don't know, I feel like it's gone a little too deep in the Second Life pool with FF14. You know, the game is it's almost like the game doesn't even matter. And you know, at that point, I mean, why not just, hey, you could probably remake your FF14 character really well in Second Life these days. So it is quite a versatile program, I know that much. Except, you know, the adult parts are much more fleshed out in something like a Second Life. Yeah, I get that, and see, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong about that, because, okay, look, not ERP, but like, one of my first MMOs was Ultima Online, and honestly, the combat was the part I liked the least about Ultima Online. Like, the main thing I liked in Ultima was the non-combat stuff. I liked, you know, being a lumberjack, being an animal tamer, being a fisherman, right? Like, there was so much in that game that had nothing to do with combat, and you could just sort of treat it like a fantasy life simulator. Like, hey, I'm but a simple shepherd, and also I have to fight off monsters every now and then to protect my sheep, right? Like, you could treat the game like that, and it was fine. I think my issue with FF14 is that the social features are more just... It's more Second Life social, not really... It's nothing really to do with the fantasy life sim, right? It's very divorced from gameplay. Ah, you got the true Ultima Online experience, I see. Yeah, it is kind of famous for player killers like that, but it wasn't that bad back in the day, at least for me. I didn't get PK'd that much. It was a fairly rare occurrence. And if you play on a private server of it nowadays, there's just so few people, you never even run into another human being. But I guess my main issue with something like FF14 for the non-combat is that the non-combat features in FF14 are really limited. There's really not that much to do outside of the combat. Like, yeah, there's crafting, but it's really superficial, honestly. And it's not very useful either. And there are some side things. I know there's the island sanctuary thing, but that is... Yeah, that's also as shallow as a puddle, right? That's the problem. They're all very shallow features that you can't really sink your teeth into. They don't really go anywhere. And the main social features that people tend to like, they're more... Yeah, they're more chat room social features, not really life sim things, you know, not like fantasy life simulator stuff. I don't know. Different crowd, not my thing, but it's whatever. It's fine. I will say, the housing system in FF14 though, if you can get a house, it is actually really fun to play with. Before I stopped playing it, right? Before I quit, I had a medium house, and I did fun stuff with that. Like, every now and then I'd rearrange it. I actually built a maze. Like, I turned the whole thing into like a 3-floor maze, right? With a treasure at the end, a treasure room at the end, and did events with that. It was fun. But yeah, the problem is, you know, good luck getting said house, right? I guess that was kind of the issue too with games like Ultima back in the day. I mean, in Ultima, housing was also just out in the open world, and you had to physically find a place to plop a house down. I guess it just worked out better in that because like in the early days, right? In the early days, there weren't as many people playing the game, so there was a lot less competition for space. Throw a regen on this guy and just sit back there. No, the music. The music is definitely the best part of FF14. Like, I like a lot of the soundtracks for the boss fights, right? Honestly, half the fun of the big boss fights in the game was the music that would accompany it. But yeah, the housing customization, like, no, that's great in FF14. The problem is the way they decided to go about how you get a house, right? Like, it's so limited that there's like only a very small minority of the player base can get a house. There's just not enough to go around. And that's extra so if you want like a real proper, like a medium or a large house that you can actually do something with, right? Again, with my medium house, I turned the whole thing into like a dungeon maze, right? Like a 3-floor dungeon maze. And I did events out of it, and I feel like that was a good use of it, right? And not just a selfish use either. Like, that was, you know, hey, come try the maze, win a prize. But yeah, getting a house in that game is nigh impossible. There just aren't enough to go around. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, nobody ever uses the neighborhoods. And maybe they do on the Japanese servers. I don't know. I mean, what I will say, as someone who played FF14, like, I was there in 1.0, and I was there when 2.0 launched, and I liked it better back then. But in the early days of FF14, I do remember people using the neighborhoods, like, early on, right? Early on, when there weren't as many neighborhoods, and it was still a fresh thing, people, like, I remember I would actually run into people out in the neighborhood, and people would actually gather up and socialize in the neighborhoods. But I think it's a combination of it was a new feature, so people were interacting with it more, and also there weren't as many neighborhoods, so people were more. They weren't as spread out, right? Just a combination of factors there. But yeah, if people aren't going to interact in the neighborhood, there's not really a whole lot of point to it. I didn't see the cutscene when the servers went down. So the thing is, right, I will admit, I played 1.0 for a while. I played more when 2.0 came out. I thought when 2.0 launched, I thought the game was much better. It played better. I liked a lot of the ideas of 1.0, and I wish that those ideas had continued, but the servers were a mess to play on. Like, the main issue I had was that 1.0 was laggy, the connectivity was horrible, like I struggled to play the game, right? And it was such a technical mess that I tried, but I just stopped playing because I couldn't play the game. That was the main issue with A Realm Reborn, or not A Realm Reborn, with 1.0. When A Realm Reborn came around, they sorted that out, and it technically was fine. I still do miss some of the features of 1.0. Could have been an interesting game on its own. Would love to see a private server with 1.0. I'd be down for that. Ooh, yay! I didn't know I was that close to level 49. Man, I'm only 2 levels off. But it sounds like our tank is leaving soon, and someone else too. So I guess the party might be disbanding soon. But hey, 2 levels, that ain't bad. And yeah, the 1.0 was very clunky. It was super clunky. Again, it was hard to play. But I think what I liked about 1.0, right? What I liked about it, I really liked how interconnected everything felt. Like I'm gonna be honest. In most games that I play, I tend to like I like the more world-building features more than the combat, right? Like even in this game, I like the combat in this game, but the combat is more a means to an end. I tend to like the world-building stuff a lot better. You know, I like crafting, I like fishing, I like just exploring in this game. You know, I like the non-combat stuff a little more, but it all ties together. 1.0 I thought had a lot of good world-building features. I actually liked how crafting and all that worked in 1.0. And I think what I liked more is how how much it felt like you depended on other players, right? Like if I remember correctly, there weren't like I don't think there were even menders back then, right? Like you had to have a player repair your gear, or at least you needed that to repair it to full, I think. So there was a lot of dependence on each other, and that I'm all about that. And yeah, I probably I remember playing, you know, FF14 like early on when it first launched in 1.0, but because of the technical issues, I just couldn't play. I think I probably dropped off within a month, right? I really liked the ideas and everything, but it's just technically it was so difficult to run and play that I had to drop off of it. So I didn't even catch everything they did in 1.0. I didn't catch it all. I still say if ever anyone can get a 1.0 version of FF14 going and they can make a private server out of it, I would be down. Like I would 100%. I would start a new adventure, right? A new MMO adventure. I would start it with 1.0 on a private server. I feel like that would be really fun and interesting. But I think overall there isn't even a lot of interest in that kind of thing. I think the FF14 community has just sort of decided that 1.0 was an interesting experiment, but not worth anyone's time. That seems to be the general consensus on it. And yeah, the cross-class skills, I mean, that's not so different from FF11 here, you know? Like, yeah, you can only have one sub-job at a time, but think about it. I mean, for most classes that I play in this game, there's often multiple sub-jobs that, depending on the situation, depending on the party setup, you know, I might want to go Beastmaster / Thief, that's my default. Sometimes / Ninja, sometimes / White Mage. Sometimes / Warrior if you need a little tanking. I mean, it's, you know... Yeah, like for most classes in this game, yeah, you want to level up a bunch of classes so you have all those cross-class skills. Or not cross-class, but sub-jobs, right? Same difference. You want more options available to you. That's the thing, right? Depending on the situation. So I think in that way, FF14 in 1.0, I think it was a lot closer to this, you know? In a different way, but closer, right? Oh yeah, they didn't have an auction house. I think they only had the equivalent of the bazaar system in this game. Like it's like if the only method of buying and selling was the bazaar, right? Oh man. Like even in this game, I'm not a huge fan of the bazaar system. I feel like it's just kind of hard to make proper use of. I appreciate the auction house. Yeah, there you could utilize all of them. So it's more, yeah, like here it's kind of like you want to level up a lot of classes, but it's so that you have options, right? Depending on the situation. Yeah, in 14 and 1.0, it was just level them all up so you have all your cross-class skills. Just do it, right? So okay, a little different in that sense. But also, yeah, I guess the main issue here is, you know, the server sides, right? Like you don't have the server side code. That said, I mean, you could always just bullshit the numbers, right? Like technically that's how a lot of private servers have to do it for various games, you know, they just sort of have to, you know, go back and look at videos that people uploaded to kind of get an idea for what the metrics should be, and then just kind of make it up from there until you get something that more or less feels like it should, which is quite a process, but I guess that's kind of what they'd have to do for it. Well, that and I guess it could get complicated with some. It's not just numbers; it's just how things even work in the first place. It'd be a lot to sort out and to reverse engineer and just create from scratch, right? It would be a lot to figure out. Also, hey there, VGFX. Good morning. I think with some private servers we really luck out, you know, things like for instance City of Heroes, right? Like we really lucked out on that one with that game, because with City of Heroes it was literally because the company was just so fucking terrible. Rogue Dev leaks source code, and now we can just run, you know, we can do whatever we want now, right? But you don't get that lucky with most games. Again, Square Enix would send out the hit squad if someone leaked the 1.0 code. No, Wicked. City of Heroes was not killed by any other game, and most people who liked it and who like superhero MMOs in general still consider City of Heroes to be the better game than either Champions or DC Universe, and I still play it on Homecoming. The game is awesome, it's still fun, and I still consider it to be the superior game out of all of those. Like, City of Heroes has amazing gameplay, even now. And also, I just find it's story-wise, it's more interesting, too. And that's because it's not, like, even Champions is an established IP, you know? And I think City of Heroes being a unique IP, it meant they could make their own story and they weren't limited by canon or anything like that. And I think that worked out for the best. The funny thing is, City of Heroes is kind of like that too. Like in City of Heroes, you get badges, which are, I mean, they're more or less achievements, right, for doing various things. Some of the badges in City of Heroes, they give you stat increases, but to a point. There's only a few badges that give you stat boosts in City of Heroes, and it's really not hard to get the ones that get you stat increases. It's really not. They didn't just keep adding more and more and more. I think like at most you can get like I think at most you can get 15 or 20% extra, you know, health and endurance, which is not that big of a deal, and it's easy to get. I like the way, honestly, I like the way that City of Heroes did the badges. I like that, you know, if you collect certain ones, that it boosts your stats. Yeah, that is true. That is also, City of Heroes does not have an overarching plot. It has reoccurring plot threads, but the way that City of Heroes, the way that it works is that there are story arcs, right? Like, the way you experience the story is through contacts and story arcs, and the story arcs do lead into one another. Like, you'll get like a low-level story arc that might deal with a certain villain group, and you only really touch the basics of it, right? And then later on, you'll continue the story arc with a different contact, and it'll keep going, right? And it eventually culminates into something, but there are several story arcs. Some of them go all the way to the end, some of them don't, but like, it's kind of segmented by story arcs. But everything is reoccurring in that game. Like, you'll run into the same groups with a similar, you know, their story arc is ongoing, you'll run into that one. I like the way that it's done, mainly because it lets you choose how you want to experience the story depending on your character. I guess think about it like this, right? In comic books, certain heroes tend to be tailor-made for certain villains, right? Like Batman and Superman don't generally fight the same set of villains, right? They have a theme. And, you know, they have different levels they operate, right? And City of Heroes kind of tries to emulate that, so, you know, if you're a magical hero, right? If you're a wizard of some kind, then, you know, you're not dealing with, like, computers and science and all, you know, you're not doing the tech story arcs, right? Or you can if you want to, but you know, you can have story arcs that are more tailored to your origin and your, you know, your general vibe, right? And I overall like that. It lets you make your story when you play. Let's see. I don't wanna pop another. I think. Well, someone's going AFK. Then I think that might be the last beetle. And yeah, I think a lot of the hero games kind of do that sort of thing, but COH did it first. Yeah, so that idea, City of Heroes did it first. Though it's not just an origin thing. It's also like it's what's like at any point in time in City of Heroes, you generally have several different contacts and several different storylines you can go up. So it really is like you are experiencing your story in the game. But I think so that's it then. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Because I guess everybody's hopping on out now. Yep. Well, good. I have to go to the bathroom, so I guess once I get back to Juno, I'll take a quick bathroom break. But Q, yeah, like I mean, you've seen I've done I did a City of Heroes stream last week. I'd like to do another one this week. I've made a ridiculous Zoomer mutant character, right? He's like a telekinetic, mind-controlling mutant who masquerades his powers off as being a great and powerful wizard, because that sounds better than just being a genetic freak, right? So that's his origin. And man, his powers are great. Like, it's definitely not things a hero should be doing. Like, definitely not very heroic powers, but I guess I'm going for a bit of The Boys vibe with how his powers work. Because honestly, they're fucking horrifying. Like, they are not heroic powers, and I love that. Just make all the villains rip each other apart, and then pick them up and just, telekinetically throw them off a cliff, right? Just smash them into a wall. Yeah, not the most heroic of powers. Or just, trap them in their own head in an endless series of nightmares. Again, things a hero does. Rage tank. Oh god, City of Heroes. If you like playing a sort of rage build, if you will, like an angry man tank, something like that. I mean, City of Heroes has either tank or brute. probably Brute would fit that better, but man, Super Strength has rage, and it just makes you go nuts, but then you crash from it eventually. Like, COH is pretty good if you like to play around with abilities and stuff and what you can do with a character. It's very good for that. Honestly, I'm gonna be straight, the hardest part of City of Heroes is coming up with a character idea that you think is cool and that you like and that you can play. Like, gameplay-wise, I mean, gameplay-wise, it's just, what do you, the game is very easily broken down into archetypes for gameplay style. But it's more like, what do you want to play, because you have so many options in that game. I'll do another stream on it, like maybe Wednesday, right? Maybe Wednesday we'll take another look at City of Heroes, continue our Zoomer adventures. But alright, stream's not over. I still, I want to do more, but I really gotta go to the bathroom. I was kind of holding it in that party because I knew they were disbanding soon. So, real quick, let me just pop the old AFK on. And I need a very quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Don't panic. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I was really kind of, I was trying to hold it while that group was still going, because if I AFK'd, probably wouldn't have been time, so. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and first thing, I'm gonna put my flag back up, right? Yeah, I'm gonna re-flag up. Because honestly, I'm down. I am down for more white maging. I'm all for it. But also, now I have time to do my crafting, right? I have all these bone chips and beetle jaws, so I'm gonna try to craft more arrowheads, I think. But to kind of, because it's on my mind now. With City of Heroes has a couple of, just to, get that out. It has a few interesting classes that I don't think I've seen in any other game. And I did play a little DC Universe and Champions, but I don't think they really came quite close. Some of my favorite classes in City of Heroes is the Dominator and Controller, and then Mastermind. Like, Mastermind is all about pets. Like, you command a literal army of minions, whether they're robots or ninjas or thugs or soldiers or whatever, right? It started as a villain class, but then, you can also be a hero mastermind. Like, that's a class that you don't really see too many pet master classes in games anymore. I think most modern games have kind of shied away from proper pet classes, but Mastermind is great for that. And the other is Dominator and Controller. That's one I don't really see very often. Oh, good old skeleton-style army. Man, reminds me, oh, Guild Wars Necromancer. But, yeah, so that's, you don't see many good pet classes anymore. Which Necromancy is also one you can take in City of Heroes, yeah. But, the other class is Dominator and Controller, and that's one that I think a lot of modern games also shy away from. The idea is it's all about locking enemies down, right? Whatever your method of control is, like for my character I made for the last stream, it was mind control, right? So you can either sleep them or just terrify them or confuse them, but it's, yeah, like they're all about just completely disabling opponents so they can't even fight back, and doing it on a mass scale too. Like, it doesn't matter if you're up against one guy or 20 guys, you can just lock them down. And the thing is, I can see how that could... I think a lot of games don't allow that because they think it might be boring to just fight statues. But the way that City of Heroes works is that even locking enemies down, there are often so many enemies that you can't lock them all down. Or there might be one or two in the mix that are really, really resistant to crowd control. There's always something that'll make it so there is still a fight to be had. But no, like a character that just specializes in crowd control, that's something you don't see very often, you know, just like pet classes. And I really like that. Again, I could go on. Look, we rant about MMOs here, right? During the weekdays, it's MMO nerd time, no matter what that MMO is. But I think, for me personally, just a fun kind of thinking about the sort of tank builds, and, you know, the old Rage build is a classic, but my favorite in City of Heroes was a good lightning tank. A good electric tank. Because the way that worked was... And I think I often went Brute. Yeah, Brute instead of Tank. It's just more offensive tank. But, so the way that Electric worked, so outside of certain conditions, an Electric tank was actually a little bit weak. They were a little squishy. But, as you build your Rage, and as you build up, you know, you build up to it, so two things about electricity, right? So electric powers in City of Heroes are energy draining. They drain endurance. Endurance is what you use to activate powers, both you and the enemy. So you can actually build for your electric powers to drain so much endurance that enemies can't do much. And you get more endurance so you can do more. So you're kind of draining constantly, right? Like with everything you do. So that's fun. So City of Heroes has enhancement sets that give you additional abilities if you get like a certain amount in the set, or they have special effects on the enhancements. It's got a really good alternative type of gear system. And one of the things you can do, specifically for powers that already drain endurance, right, which would be electric powers, you can slot them with an enhancement that also gives them a health drain. So you're draining health when you drain endurance. So now, every time you zap an enemy, even if it's just because they're near you and you have a lightning field on, you are draining health constantly. Health and endurance. You are nigh invincible like that. But then the other fun thing that a lightning tank can do is, it's high stakes, but they can use an ability that it turns them into pure energy. You become lightning, and you're even more unkillable in that state. Completely uncontrollable, too. Like, you cannot be held or slept or anything like that. And you do a lot more damage, too, because you're just lightning now. It only lasts for, like, 2 or 3 minutes, and then you crash hard. Like, you flatline. You have like 1 health and 1 endurance when it ends. So you have to be really careful about it, but for the time it's up, man, it's a good time. Lightning is fun in that game. Any kind of lightning powers are fun. It's a lot of playing around with energy, with endurance. Like again, what I like mechanically, what I like about City of Heroes isn't just it's not just the physics and all that are fun. Playing around with the powers is fun, but it's also it has a very good enhancement system. You know, as an alternative to having gear, right? And I just like how all that plays and fits together. It comes together really nicely. There's my City of Heroes rant. Again, we'll maybe play it some Wednesday. That and maybe Turtle WoW too. Gotta get back to that. Alright, no items up for sale. Did I find any goodies while I was in that party? Well, I got Earth Crystals. I have 12 Earth Crystals I can sell. I'll get rid of those. And I still have a couple of pineapples. I can make a little bit more juice, but not a lot more. Oh, look at that. For a while, Earth Crystals were up to like 800 gil a stack. For a little while, but that, yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna last. It couldn't last. Alright, let me just check real quick. What scrolls am I missing right now? What do I need still? Oh, when do I get raised 2? Oh, I get raised 2 at 56. Can't wait. How much does that cost? Man, it's a cheap one. It's a cheap one. Okay. Well, I can't wait for raise 2. Alright, Holy. So that Holy is the next big spell that I need. 32k. 32k isn't... It really isn't that bad. But I'm wondering where you get Holy from exactly. Let me do a little bit of research real quick. So, alright, so Holy, where do you get that from? Alright, Oh, it's just a merchant one. It's, so it looks like you can buy it here in Juno or in Selbina. You just have to buy it. You just have to buy it, and it looks yeah, 28k. So hey, you can save a little money if you go to the shop. You can save a little money, but yeah, not a lot. It's still not that bad though. Compared, look. Okay, look. When I was leveling up Black Mage, which it's still just at 51, right? The spells that I had to buy at these exact levels as a Black Mage, if I bought them and didn't go farm for them myself, it would have cost me hundreds of thousands of gil. Like, Waterga 2, that was like 80k. Water 3 wasn't so bad, but, like, yeah, a lot of the spells there, Freeze, right? Freeze was like 40k. I bought that. Or no, I didn't buy that one, I found it. But I bought Water 3, I bought that one was cheap. But yeah, no, Black Mage spell is much more expensive, much more. Wait, there's a regen 3? Hold up. When do I get that? 66, Huh. Ah, I just noticed that. Okay, so only White Mage in the 75 era, only White Mage gets access to Regen 2. And then Regen 3 as well. Very nice. The 69. I do wonder though, what is the 69 White Mage spells? I'm curious. Hold up. Probably isn't even a spell at that level. Let me see. Yeah, no 69 spell. There is none. But, ooh, you get Raise 3 at 70. I am curious, though, since Raise 2 is not that far off. How much EXP does that give back? 75% of lost EXP is recovered. Well, hot damn. And then Raise 3 is 90% of lost EXP. Man, okay, yeah. I think Raise 1 is only... That's only like half, right? I think that's like 50%? Yeah, 50% of lost EXP. Not that great, but it's better than losing 100%, right? Better than that, I guess. Ooh, nice. Almost 70. You are just flying up in levels. Just flying up. Hey, I might have to borrow you when I need to farm my Wind Black Mage spells in Castle Astrosia. I might have to borrow you for that. Oh yeah, Shelwar 357. But yeah, I don't know. For spells right now, the next spell I have to worry about is Holy. I guess I could get Banish too, right? But I barely use my Divine Magic spells as it is. I got all the other ones. It's fine. So let's see. Right now I'm level 49, so I'm getting close to Holy. But I do have a long way to go until I level up. Quite a ways to go to level. I mean, I don't know, like, up to, yeah, 61, I mean, I guess I did a lot of preemptive buying, or not buying, but farming. Like, I went to Beadu and I got Water 3, Water 4, Waterga 2, which I needed now, got Waterga 3, which I know that goes for like 120k. But yeah, that Flood, Burst, so got everything else I needed there. All the water themed spells I have. But, I don't know, it's just, in general, I guess, spells are expensive. It's just, like, if you compare Black Mage to White Mage, literally, Black Mage just has more spells to buy. Like, White Mage, I feel like White Mage has more levels where there's just no spell at all to buy. Sometimes 2 levels in a row where there's just no new spell. So I feel like there's less to buy, and then the ones you have to buy aren't really that expensive. Or you can find them easily. But Black Mage just has so many spells, like you know for a fact that every level you're spending at least 25k, at least. Ugh, I'm going for the Thief Knife and I gotta be a little less lazy about my artifact gear. I mean, I'm 51 now with Black Mage. I could start on that artifact stuff. I mean, hell, I could start on my artifact equipment with White Mage, too. It's just, I gotta be in the mood for that kind of thing, right? I gotta be in the mood for it. And right now, I don't know, I kinda really want to get White Mage up to level 51 so I can actually equip my Light Staff that I bought. Like, I got a Light Staff, I just need to be able to equip it. Yeah, I think the main thing that makes Black Mage, the reason it has so many spells is because it's, like, it constantly upgrades and cycles through the elements, right? Like, you have Element 2, Element 3, Element 4, right? And it's just all the elements, and then you have the AoE versions, and yeah, it's a lot of upgrading spells. That said, it's not... I've honestly found that it's not always really worth it to use the highest level spell you have. I think I actually did math it out, right? And I cast Freeze a couple times, see how much damage that does. And then I cast just regular old Blizzard 1 a couple times, and I added it up, and if you just cast 10 Blizzards, which you could do for less MP than a Freeze, it actually comes out to more damage than Freeze. And I'd assume it kind of works the same way with most spells, like you get more damage out of spamming the low-level spells. It's just, it's a matter of if you want to deal, like, the fastest damage possible, which in a burst, right? You want the good spells for magic bursts, but outside of a magic burst, yeah, it's like just use the level 1 spells. But yeah, the magic bursts are awesome. It's just, I think, I don't know, my finding is that outside of magic bursts, a more sustainable, you know, less MP, more sustained damage is better for outside of bursts. Yeah, well, I mean, for any mage, you kind of, I guess the only mage that you don't need all the staffs for would be, like, white mage. You want a light staff and a dark staff, and that's pretty much it. I mean, hell, as a black mage, I can get away with having the ice staff and just using that, but, you know, the ice staff and a dark staff can technically get away with that, although I would like to have, you know, I'd like to have all the elements, and I'm slowly gonna work towards having all the elements. Slowly. Yeah, I guess, you know, for all the various debuffs, it would be nice to have the different staffs, right? But it's really not that critical. Like, think about it like this, right? I mean, the staffs do up potency, they do up accuracy, but I mean, so does increasing your intelligence, so does increasing your skill, you know? Like, upping your elemental skill, that helps a lot for your elemental damages. For debuffs, that's a different matter. For debuffs, it's that's a little harder to raise the raw skill on. But int, having more raw int helps for that too, you know? Or more raw mind. Like, you know, you can always do it like that too. Yeah, no, the Thunder Staff is very cheap. I went ahead and bought it. I don't really understand a lot of the reason why some of the staffs cost what they do. I don't understand it, I'll be honest. When it comes to secondary effects, I think the most worthwhile one would be the Earth Staff, right? I would think, anyway. Like, if I were to just pop on in here and take a quick look. So where's them Earth Staffs? Where are they at? I mean, either Earth or Terra. Earth Staff, yeah. Like, this is a pretty nice one, right? Like, yeah, minus 20% physical damage taken. I feel like if you ever get aggro as a mage for whatever reason, just switch to the Earth Staff, right? Like, that's your tankin' staff right there. I mean, fuck, I could see using the Earth Staff every now and then as a paladin or something, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, like honestly, as a black mage, for right now, I'm just using the Ice Staff, because, yeah, it gives 4 int, which is, you know, it's not as much int as I could get if I dual-wielded clubs as, like, a black mage / ninja. It's not that good, but it is some int, right? And it gives 10 elemental magic skill, which is very nice for landing elemental magic. The only part, like, the only thing where it might not be a good idea to use an Ice Staff, I think Ice makes wind spells weaker, right? Like, weaker and less accurate, I think. So, maybe switch staffs to cast an arrow spell, but otherwise, like, yeah, that's kind of all you need, per se, right? Wait, what does the Fire Staff do? Ah, I see. So the Fire Staff, it increases ranged attack. Well, I mean, look, okay, so right now, since I only have lightning, ice, dark, and light. So right now, I'm not in the habit of changing my staff out for every spell as a black mage. I'm I'm not in that habit. And I mean, look, as a white mage, it's just use the dark staff when you want to rest or when you want to cast sleep. Use light staff for everything else, so I don't have to have a complex equipment change with each spell on that one. But for like right now with black mage, I only have a switch to dark staff, switch to ice staff, right? I don't nothing more complex than that right now, and it's not built into every spell yet. When I get all the staffs, I'll do that, but right now it's a little inconsistent, so I just stick to, yeah, ice staff for damage, dark staff for resting. That's or casting sleep. That's as complex as I get right now. Will update as I get more staffs, right? Like when I get all of them, then I'll switch that over. Like, yeah, right now it's just not really practical to, right? Like, you know, let's say I switched, because I do have the lightning staff, so let's say I switched to that when I did lightning. Yeah, the problem is like, okay, but I'm not, like, I wouldn't be switching to, say, I don't know, fire, right? I don't have that, so then I'd just still be using that staff, so for right now, I just have a generic, you know, 2 buttons I can push, a resting / dark staff set, and then the ice staff, and that's it. And then I just use that. But again, I'll go back and revise it as I get more staffs. I'm kind of slowing down on my black mage leveling for right now too. Like that's actually one of the reasons I'm taking the time to get white mage up to 51 now. Is I'm just cooling my heels on black mage. Gonna try to get some more gil. And, you know, come back to it once I have more or all of my staffs. Ooh, nice, Lily. Like, making that money. Getting that cheese. But yeah, I want to level black mage up more. It's just I mean, honestly, okay, to be fair, at level 51 chances are in like the 99% range that if I get a party as a black mage, I'm probably going to be level syncing below 51. That's just usually how it goes, right? Chances are I'd be doing like a high 40s level sync. So yeah, like right now, it's not really critical that I, you know, get more staffs. Right now, what I have is fine. But going forward, I'll want to flesh those staffs out before I get too high. That's kind of the thing, right? It's not really, you know, we're not in 2003 where there was no level sync. Like, getting 51 is great, but chances are you're going to be level syncing down to the 40s still. So you're not going to be able to, like, you're probably not actually going to use your staffs until you're closer to level 60, right? I'm just not a fan of the whole pet thing. To me, you know, some private servers disable EXP from pets, so to me, just me personally, fighting pets feels really cheap if I'm not going to also kill the pet master. Like over in Sanctuary of Zeta, I hunt goblins as a black mage, and yeah, I kill the goblin and its pet, but I don't kill the pet alone. It just doesn't have a good feel to me. You know, not something I want to do. But yeah, it's not like it's not a matter of not being able to do it. It's not a matter of, you know, oh, the EXP. No, it's just I don't personally like it. It feels a little borderline exploity, and that's not quite how I want to do it. Ooh, oh my God, he's got a goblin hat. Well, I need that. But yeah, I don't know. It just something about pets. It just feels weird to me. I don't know. It's mainly that they spawn so quickly, right? Like they spawn super fast. They are way easier than they should be. Like they're way easier than they should be. I feel like, honestly, what they need to do is well, they're a Beastmaster, right? Like, it's Beastmaster type enemies that have pets, so what they need to do, I mean, you know, if the Beastmaster dies, the pet dies too, so what they need to do is they need to buff up, you know, enemy Beastmasters, buff their pet's health up to be the equivalent of what a player Beastmaster's pet would be. That would kind of solve the problem right there. It wouldn't make it any harder to fight them if you're fighting them like normal, it wouldn't make them any harder, because the pet disappears when they die. But it would make, or do they? For some of them they do, some of them, that kind of depends on encounter. But it wouldn't really make them any harder, it would just mean that they can't be one-shotted or anything. True. I mean, I guess it is dangerous. It is. It's mainly that the pets, like, they die so fast and they respawn so quickly. That's the thing. It feels like you're getting around the spawn timers on enemies, you know? Also, for 60, I mean, look, I didn't have sky access until after 75. There's a lot of places you can go. At 60, Boyata Tree, actually. I mean, yeah, in the Boyata Tree, the spiders... I think they're like level... I think they're in the mid-50s, I think? But there's a lot of places. Yeah, there's, I think there are things you can kill in the Temple of Ugalepi. There's a lot of places you can go. I think Ifrit's Cauldron, like the lower parts, might, you know, the entry parts, or even outside of it might have some things. There's a lot of places to go at 60 with some looking that aren't Sky. I'm pretty sure out in Altepa too. The quicksand caves. Yeah, I did the quicksand caves when I was level 60-ish as a Beastmaster. There's plenty of places to go. Oh yeah, Bibiki Bay. I didn't do that one, but I guess that would. There you go. So yeah, I don't think there's any shortage of places you can go to fight things without Sky Access. The Sky Access makes it easier, but like, yeah, there's lots of places to go both solo and in parties. You know, Bibiki Bay parties are pretty awesome. Though the one place I never set my home point in Cape Terragon, because I tried to solo in Cape Terragon a bit. Like, as a 75, and man, it's nighttime. When nighttime rolls around, the enemies that spawn in are numerous, and they're very, very tough. Oh man, no more party invite. Oh no. I can always slash Beastmaster. Let me think, what would I want to fight as a 49 white mage? As a 51 as a 51 black mage, I can solo fairly well out at the outpost in Sanctuary of Zeta. I'm not sure, because the enemy is... Yeah, I feel like 49 white mage would be just a little too high. Oh hey, Eco Warrior Sandoria. You know what? I haven't done my Eco Warrior yet. I have not done my Eco Warrior. So, if there's room, I'll get in on that. And that's like... that would level me, actually. Yeah, that would put me into the next level. So I'd be 50. Wouldn't be able to use my light staff, but... yeah, no light staff, but hey, I could sub-summoner at that level. Get that extra 1 MP regen if I really wanted it. I don't know, I haven't really needed the extra MP on White Mage. I feel like I get more out of Black Mage, / Black Mage or / Red Mage. The old Cure Burn. The old Cure Burn. I'm not against that one, because I mean that's a little that I don't know. That's thinking outside the box. The only thing I generally didn't like about Cure Burns is I feel like it's tying up healers, right? Like, sometimes, you know, sometimes I struggle to get a party even as a white mage, but other times, look, I've been on the other end of that, where a party just really needs a healer of some kind, and there's no healers anywhere, right? And that's probably the times when they're cure burning. So I have mixed feelings about the cure burn. On one hand, nothing against the playstyle. On the other hand, you're kind of taking a bunch of healers out of the pool for everyone else, right? Like, on the other end of that. Like, that's really the main thing, right? Is that healers and tanks are so in demand most of the time. So to willingly kind of play a healer and then just take yourself out of the pool with a bunch of other healers, that it just feels kind of selfish in a game like this, you know? I'm not against the cure burn. It's just I feel bad. I would feel bad doing it, you know? Yeah, for me, and I'm kind of with Lily on this, like, for me, I enjoy a traditional party in games in general, you know? I like having a tank, a healer, some support, DPS. I like the way that more traditional party roles synergize with each other and play off one another and just kind of get into a groove. I really, really like that. Like, that's my favorite part of team-based MMOs like this. And while I'm not necessarily opposed to a lot of the burn parties, I mean, Beastmaster burns were really fun, but yeah, it's not exactly the type of play I like, even if the EXP is really good, right? For me, at the end of the day, EXP is not everything. Like, for me, I would rather be in a fun party with people that talk a bit and you can just hang out with. I'd rather be in that than like a dead silent party full of EXP generating automatons, right? Which is what a lot of those parties devolve into. For a lot of people, they rather have the EXP. I'm just the opposite end of the spectrum on that one. So, okay, I don't need anything for my Moogle. I'm already a white mage, black mage, so I'm the exact classes I like to go into this with. Let's exit in Southern Sandoria. I'm gonna get the quest and then warp myself over to Hala. And yeah, I have been in, you know, I've done one Black Mage burn party so far, and the EXP was very good, but it was a very boring party. Like, it was the typical 2 summoners and 4 Black Mages, and yeah, it went smooth, the EXP was really good, but it was super boring. Like, really boring. So yeah, that's why I'm not a huge fan. Alright, so let me take the quest. Make sure I don't go too fast. Count on me. Like, I've had people kind of, you know, do the old eye roll when I say that for me, the fun factor is really one of the most important factors in this game. You know, some people, they think that's, I don't know, a noob take or a casual take, but really, I mean, as someone who has played games like this for a very long time, I'm just kind of at a point where, like, I need to be having fun. Like, I need to. I don't, you know, I've been playing games like this so long, I don't really care about hitting max level or hitting big number. I want fun, right? I want to enjoy my time, and I want to play with people I enjoy hanging out with. Like, for me, that is so much higher a variable now. I used to be different. I used to be a little more on the EXP end and all that, you know, make number go up. But now I've slid to the other end of that. And yeah, I like the idea of kind of everyone feeling needed in some way in a party. Yeah. The role playing. Let's see, Padraig. Oh yeah, I think I grouped up with him a while back. I think so. But I think we have multiple people who can teleport, so I don't know. I'm just hanging around if anybody needs the holla. But again, I think we have a lot of people who can teleport. Yeah, Wicked. Yeah, it's like, oh, grind all the time, and then yeah, oh man, now we can play the game. Oh. Yeah, but yeah, I think honestly this game is really like the journey is kind of the fun part of this game. Like, I'm gonna admit, right, like, I had so much fun getting my Beastmaster up to 75, but once I actually hit 75, yeah, there is more I can do, there is the end game stuff, but I'm not even sure I'd have fun with that, right? I do use my 75 Beastmaster to do quests and stuff, or to help people out, but, you know, once I hit 75, a large part of my adventure was done, you know, like, I was done with it, right? Like, yeah, there is more to do, but it's like, it kind of felt like closing a book, right? And I'm gonna be honest, with most MMOs I play, yeah, I usually stop playing shortly after hitting max level. It's not that there isn't any more to do, it's just the journey is so much the fun, and, you know, when you're at the end, it tends to just sort of be about optimizing and, you know, squeezing that last bit of efficiency and getting more power, right? But it's the bulk of the journey tends to be done at that point. There's not so much new to see. Now, fortunately, there's still a lot to do in this game, and I love it, and there's plenty to be played still. But yeah, like now I spend more of my time leveling up White Mage, leveling up Black Mage. You know, I'm kind of back to the journey again, because that's where the bulk of the fun is for me. I mean, hell, if I could, honest truth, if people wanted a Beastmaster in their party and I could like level sync down, I'd level sync down to whatever level you want and I'd party up with people as a Beastmaster. It's just really, Beastmaster has a hard time getting into any parties. That's another reason I wanted to level up Black Mage and White Mage, and eventually a tank class, because, okay, then, even when I hit the end, I can still offer to help people, and they always need a tank or a healer, so I'd still get some play, right? Yeah, it's just a different kind of progression there, but I mean, there is a lot of, yeah, I like the whole leveling up game, right? Leveling up is fun. But even then, like I said, I would totally keep playing Beastmaster more if it was a little more party-friendly. The problem is Beastmaster it's just not a very party-friendly class. You just don't get a lot of play with it in a group, you know? Or at least not for the things that I want to do, which is, yeah, like, I'd totally sink down to Dune's level or whatever, and I'll be the healer, right? I'll be the tank. I'll be whatever role is necessary to keep a party going and you know, people can have fun, right? Like, for me, that's what I want to do, and yeah, Beastmaster ain't really good for that. It's just another DPS, and a bit of a weird one at that. So, leveling up White Mage will give me more chance to play the game at all levels, even if I hit 75. And you know, I like playing a role that people kind of need in a party. Yeah, man, Beastmaster was, I don't regret it, it was a good choice, and it really helps me to solo. But it's, as someone who really likes playing in parties, poor choice for that. Very poor choice for that. Yeah, like I guess I'm not as much of an end game player. I tend to be more of a, you know, more of a leveling game player, right? Or I just enjoy a more free-form game where there maybe isn't even an end game. I'm a little more that style of player, but all the same, I'm down to try end game stuff, right? I'm down for it. It's just not the main thing I really get out of a game, you know? Alright, so everybody's gathering up here. Hey, I have Protectra 3, right? Right? Wait, hold up. Did I get Protectra 3? I swear I bought Protectra 3. Yes, there we go. Protectra 3. The good Protect. And yeah, honestly, Q, like, from the beginning, I have that feeling of I might as well be new, because I've played this game a lot. I played back in the day, but that's a long time ago. I've played a little on other private servers, but I never really got anywhere. Like, I've made the most progress on Horizon that I've made on any version of the game so far. Like, any classic version of the game, so it, you know, it's still fresh to me. I'm still fairly fresh, I guess. I mean, hey, no need to miss the game. It's right there. Game hasn't gone anywhere. Alright, so I think we're going in. Wait, before I do that, there is one thing I can do to give myself that little extra edge, right? Re-raise. You know, just in case. There we go. Alright. Let's do it. Yep. Slap on the ointment. And yeah, I do get the idea of sort of always having goals. I think the reason, like, I think back to my time in Final Fantasy XIV, and the reason I didn't like the end game in that was just because it didn't really feel like I was setting goals for myself. There's only, like, in that game, there is no horizontal progression. It's still just make item level go higher, and that's really it. And so I never really felt like I was setting goals for myself. It's just I'm playing the game. I'm making number go up. This is fun, I guess. It was that feeling, right? Because, yeah, you're not really making your own goals. You're just kind of doing the one thing that you can do, right? I mean, I also, you know, I played EverQuest and EverQuest 2. I never got to rating level in the original EverQuest. I think 30 is like as high level as I ever gotten that. But I did get up to rating level in EQ2. And my problem, I found it enjoyable if you could actually do it. The problem is that that was one of those games where you had to join a raid guild and you had to treat it like your job, right? And that's just not fun. No matter how fun the mechanical aspects of raiding are, treating it like a job and kind of having to, and, you know, your guild leader is your boss, yeah, that's just not fun, right? At least for me. For me, that ain't fun. But yeah, I don't know. Here with 11, it's... For me, FF11 has always just been sort of a... It's a good balance, honestly. Like, if you're, you know, if you're more like me and you're a little more casual, right? You do what you find is fun, but you don't go too far out of that. You know, if you're like that, it's a good game, right? Like, you can have a lot of fun playing it more casually. If you're more into the intense raid scene and all that, there's plenty of that here for you. Either way, like, either way you go, because of the way the game is structured, oh, I'm gonna have to prism powder past this one. Damn. But yeah, just because of the way the game is structured, no matter how you take it, hardcore or casual, there's always some form of progression to be had, right? even if it's just a matter of, well, I'll never get to do these certain big hard things, but hey, I can farm a lot of money and I can buy my way in, right? Like, I can buy things equivalent. Even if it's just that, right? Like, there's something there for everyone, I think. But I don't know. I just think that with a game like this, I think there isn't really much purpose to rush to end game level. I mean, unless that is literally the only fun you can have with a game. But even then, I feel like you might be disappointed. I think it's a game that's good to take nice and slow and steady. Take your time. But yeah, I don't know. I think just as a game to have long-term goals and just long-term things you want to do, whether you're, whatever those are, I think this is a good game for it. There's a couple games that are good for that sort of thing, and there's a few that just aren't, right? I think mainly I don't like if endgame is this thing where you have to treat it like a job. I don't like that. Even as someone who plays a lot, I don't like having my time mandated in a game. And then I guess the other type I don't like is if there's really no horizontal progression at all, and it's just a matter of making number go up. At that point, it doesn't feel like I have a choice in the matter, I'm just sort of doing what I have to. And then it goes back to kind of feeling like it's mandated gameplay in a way. Yeah, here in 11, I don't have to do anything. I could just go fishing. Getting fishing 100 could be my goal, right? That could be my end game. Yeah, I would say I do consider that to be true of Final Fantasy XI. It's one of those games that, at least for me, like, I was fascinated by FF11 from the moment I created my character, and they just sort of left me in town to my own devices to figure out what I want to do, right? Like, I was on board from go. But I find FF11 to be fairly consistent in terms of fun, whether you're low level, just leveling up, whether you're EXPing or questing or whatever, the game is fun to me at all points, right? Some things can get a little frustrating, but the game is fun at all turns, at least for me. A lot of games just kind of, they only get good 100 hours in, and I hate that. I don't like a game like that. And yeah, I know. I saw the dead guy, but unfortunately, I can't raise him right now. That's the one thing I hate is you can't raise people. Like, if you're a white mage doing Eco Warrior, yeah, you can't raise till you go back and turn it in. Ooh, man, I don't think I've seen this before. I don't think I've seen this particular armor before. I really like the look of that, the chest piece, mainly. I've never seen it before. Huh. Ah, okay. And oh yeah, for status, yeah, on this one, I don't think you can de-level sync till you go back to the NPC. I don't think. Hmm. Also, I hear such things about H&Ms. I feel like that's probably really not my thing. That's probably way out of my field on that one. I don't know. For me, I'll be honest. Like, my favorite kind of end game content in games is more, I don't know, things that aren't necessarily like a huge time investment. The end game of something like City of Heroes is a good example. Like, the end game for that would be like Hamadon raids or the Mothership raids, and it's basically just you get a zone full of people and you just blob the encounter, and it's over in like, you know, a half hour, right? No more than that. And there's no requirement from anyone because it's just a blob fest. It's just a party basically, right? It's just a loot party. I'm kind of a fan of that sort of thing. I mean, you know, having more difficult content if you want it, but that's on your own time, right? I like that. But I don't know, when it comes to raiding or things equivalent to that, they tend to just sort of be a nightmare. Like they honestly just tend to be a nightmare. I mean, I would like to get into Dynamis. I mean, I've unlocked it, right? I'm pretty sure I mean, I'm through my Zalart missions now up to 14. So I have access to the Dynamis, right? I think I beat Diabolos, so I have access to the Dynamis stuff related to that as well, right? I've never seen anyone recruiting for Dynamis. Like, no one, I never see Yells recruiting for it or anything like that. So I don't even know when people are doing Dynamis. Alright, we got combats. So I think you don't want to be in front of this one, right? I think. Can I? Oh, right, my macro is for Dia too. Can I just Dia 1 it? Oh god, all my macros are for Dia 2. Alright. Oh, I'm just punching right now. Oh, right, my gear is just fucked. I need a wand. I need something I can fight with. Look at this, I'm just punching. I'm just punching it. Okay, I can cast Banish. That's the thing I can do. I mean, I'd be down, I guess. I mean, I guess you need like a link shell that kind of... You need some link shell that organizes these things, right? I guess that's what I'm missing. Now, I can't guarantee that I will like Dynamis, right? No guarantees on that. I might not have fun with it, but it sounds like just a bunch of players sort of blobbing around an encounter. That's what it sounds like to me. But I'm also just curious to see it, right? Like, I want to physically see what it looks like and if it's neat and, you know, just explore, right? I want to explore it. Yeah, so bunch of mobs, bunch of players, get to it. Nothing, like, nothing high skill, I would imagine. Ooh! Thanks for that, thanks for that. Enjoy. Enjoy your amazing commodity of the stream. Oh man, so many people trying to catch up now, trying to keep up, and also I guess oh, that's a hognose bat. Don't want to get too close to it. Hold up, I need to stealth my way back to the NPC. One moment here. I need to buy more prism powder. Ah, okay, so they all have 2-hour abilities like the, I mean, honestly, that's like some of the mobs that I've been fighting in, like the high-level beastmen, right? Some of the high-level beastmen that are technically NMs, I've just been farming them for spells and stuff. And yeah, they do their 2-hour. Good lord, red mage 2 hours are just, they're just a nightmare. But, yeah, I don't know, it sounds fun. It sounds fun. I'm down for it. I'll try it. I'll try it out. See what I think of it. So every every mob has a 2-hour. So yeah, I don't know. I still think that'd be fun, right? Like it doesn't sound like it's an overly mechanically intensive thing. It's just you have to be careful, right? Like you've got to be careful, you got to mind yourself, and you got to work together a bit, but it doesn't sound like it's super high skill threshold, just because it's a lot of players that go into that. I would imagine most of the difficulty would come in organizing such an event, right? Like, I imagine most of the difficulty is on whoever is leading all of this, right? But probably not on the individuals so much. Yeah, so like very basic mechanics then, like, and mechanics that we've seen before too. Like, I mean, normal high-end enemies that I've fought, like doing the Zalart missions, right? Like when you fight the 3 Tonberries, yeah, you got to do that kind of stuff with the Tonberries, you know? Make sure the summoner pet doesn't astral flow you, right? Like, these aren't things we're unfamiliar to, and they're not overly difficult mechanics, so yeah, it should be doable. Now, not waking the slept mobs, that is something that every party I've ever been in really struggles with. Like, I don't know what it is, but whenever I sleep a mob, everybody just wants to start smacking it. I don't know, man, but... Yeah, I assume you be very careful about what you're fighting. I'd assume. I just figure that the bulk of the difficulty would be on the organizer of Dynamis. Like, whoever's organizing all this probably has a lot of work. You know, that's a job, but for everyone playing, not so much. That's fine to me. Some people like taking that responsibility on. So yeah, I don't know, I'll try it out, might be fun. If I can get in on one, that is. And if I have time, that's another thing, time. There's a lot of things I'd love to do in this game, but the timing is always... Okay, look, I really want to do my Promathia 4-3, right? And I've seen several groups recruiting for it, and it's always right before I have to make dinner, or, or lunch, or before I have to go do something, or it's always at the worst timing. So hopefully that can work out, hopefully. Alright, got my stalagmite thing, it's all checked and cleared, and baggage cleared, good to go. Nobody here is dead. Then I guess I'll warp on back to Juno and then warp back to Sandy and get my level 50. 51 is a bit more of a milestone for this, but the thing is, even when I hit 51, I'm not going to be using my light staff. Come on. Like, you know it, right? You're gonna be level sinking down to like level 41. And you're gonna be doing that, like, yeah, like, I'm not gonna get to use my light and dark staff until I'm level 61, alright? I know how it goes, okay? I know how this goes. Alright, let's see, when I go back to Sandy, I'll go through the Mog House, so I'll get my MP back then. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I feel like getting through any of the missions, you really want a static for that, right? Like, I think of, it wasn't a static by any means, but when I was doing the Zalart missions, I got into a party, and we started at Zalart 8, but we all agreed, and we made a commitment, that we were going from 8 all the way through 13, right? Like, we were getting sky access, and that worked out really well. Oh, hold up. Phone call! Quick sec. Okay, that was the wife calling, And she reminded me that I did not write down a grocery list because we literally have nothing to eat tonight. So okay, I'm gonna do that and send her a list real quick. Okay, and I think you can hear it in the background that the cat is very hungry. He needs to be fed. So oh, listen to him. He's starving. So give me like 5 minutes tops, right? Oh, so 5 minutes tops. Let me deal with all this, and I will be right back. The stream's not done, but this cat's hungry. So, BRB, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Cat fed and grocery list written down and sent. Because we're gonna be hungry later, alright? We need food. Meow, I'm hungry. Alright, let me catch up on what I missed real quick. Alright, let me catch up. Oh, I see someone came in and asked about like difference between this and Nasomi, other private servers, and it looks like people got it covered. People got that one covered. Would have answered if I wasn't feeding the cat and everything. But yeah, I don't know. I think everybody got him covered, but I would say that playing on Horizon, like, it's still very much the old school game, right? It is the old school game. It has the classic vibe. But I would say they've done some, you know, we're using the more modern EXP table, so leveling is a little faster. You know, it's faster, and there's just a couple of quality of life changes that you know kind of speed things up a little, like the faster resting speed, right? Like resting both HP and MP is noticeably faster here than it used to be back in the day. It's still slow, but it's faster, right? Also, oh god, all my equipment, right? Because I was synced down. All my equipment just got ripped off of me. So do I have a macro to set my equipment back? I have a generic white mage set and then a charm set. That's for when I'm / Beastmaster soloing as a white mage. You know, when the parties have just forsaken me, right? Let me put my Morion Tathlum back on. Yeah, I know it's in, but it's the only thing I can really put there that'll give me more MP. Also, no, I see a sick dog. Oh no. I hate when I have to, you know, when it gets really busy in here, and then I have to take a moment, and I miss stuff, and I try to catch up, but I miss a few things, and But yeah, I think, real quick aside, when it comes to the whole resting amount and all that, I never, even back in the day, I never felt like the resting in this game was horrible. Yeah, it was a little too long, but it wasn't horrible. It was a time to take a quick little break. But it is much better here. That said, I'm kind of, you know, I played EverQuest back in the day, right? And man, you have not lived. You haven't lived and suffered till you've played a wizard in EverQuest. You know, where your only ability to do damage is through casting direct damage spells. So your mana bar is everything in that game as a wizard. And like, resting from empty to full MP, that could take like damn near 10 whole ass minutes. You haven't lived till you've experienced that. So by comparison, even classic FF11 was lenient. That was baby mode in comparison. But no, it's good that it's a little faster now. It's a good thing. It's only a good thing. I never played Phantasy Star Online. That's one that I had friends that were really into it, but I never got into it. I think at the time I probably had a little bit of a bias against the anime look, right? Which is kind of ironic, because, I mean, look at this, right? And, I mean, I do like JRPGs. Look, I don't know what was wrong with me back then, okay? Clearly I was wrong. But for one reason or another, I just missed it. At some point, I gotta give one of those a shot. But yeah, I mean, my pseudo MMO of choice back in the day was Guild Wars. Like that Guild Wars, I still have an account. I still pop in and play every now and then. I actually never finished the whole game. I kind of want to do that sometime. But that's my pseudo MMO that I like. Well, I mean, look, any Asian MMO, I would assume it's grindy. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be grindy. That's just a given. Alright, so back to town, and yeah, I know, we're in the Ronfar, and like, town is right over that hill, I know. But why walk when you've got money? Just carry me back to town. Look, if this game allowed you to make a fat character, I feel like at a certain point, when you get too much gil, your character is just gonna start putting on weight, because yeah, you stop walking anywhere, right? You're either teleporting or riding a chocobo, or just not getting leg day in anymore. Oh, nice. Have a good breakfast. Have that good break fast. Man, all I had was a bowl of cereal. A bowl of cereal with yogurt on it. which I kind of taken to when I have cereal now. I really only like it with yogurt instead of milk. But I tend to eat like very, you know, the standard cereal here is very granola-y, so it mixes well. Though I am kind of hungry. I am a little bit hungry still. Oh, that reminds me. Oh god, real quick. I almost forgot. Hold up, real quick. I just need to take a moment. I don't need to AFK for this one, but I'm just gonna make a quick note to the wife, because I just remembered, speaking of food and all that, there was something I forgot to put on the list, and I'm just gonna make a quick addendum to that. I'm just gonna... Oh, the list never got sent. Oh no, there it is, there it is. Don't know why it... Okay. I just need to make a quick addendum that I have no water. I have none of that good bubbly, fizzly bottled water. So I'm just gonna say quick add. Yeah, need water. Yeah, for both me and the coffee machine too. There we go. I kind of just completely forgot about that. I completely forgot we're out of water bottles. Okay. Very important. Very important. Which, yeah, we have a nice espresso machine, and we do make good use of it. Man, I love a good coffee. But it's not really a good idea to put just tap water into it. Like that can, you know, I can get algae, get it clogged up. So you do want to put at least cheap bottled water into it, so you avoid that problem. And then I'm just a fan of fizzy water, right? I love some good fizzy mineral water. It's just sort of, I don't know, it's, for me it's a bit of an alternative to drinking, you know, soda all the time. I used to drink way too much soda and energy drinks and all that, and honestly, when you break it down, most of what I liked was just that it was a cold beverage that bubbled in my mouth. Like that, like literally that was it. So replacing all that with just bubbly, normal water that is unflavored or anything, it's working out for me. Better for my health. Alright, I don't need to change jobs or anything. We're good. Though I do think I need to buy more prism powder. I need to buy more prism powder, more silent oil. Actually, I could get around buying the silent oil because I actually need to craft oil. Yeah, I have to craft that for alchemy now, I think. Like, what's my alchemy up to? I think I'm in that level range. So I am at 22 alchemy. I think that's in the range to make sneak oil. I think. Well, yeah, soda is better and more healthy when it's made from, like, real proper sugar, but it's not as healthy as just water, you know? Like, water is the way to go. It's all bad, you know, anything with stuff in it is bad for your health. I mean, the good thing is, high fructose corn syrup isn't allowed here. That's not a thing in food here. That's very good. So if you get a cola, it's either just kind of the artificial sugar or it's real sugar, but no fructose corn syrup anywhere in anything. Not much corn in things in general too. It's not as common here. Again, this is my old man health moment, but like, yeah, overall, man, I feel so much better, doing so much better since I kind of just changed what I eat and drink a lot. It's helping. It's helping. The German lifestyle is working out for me. All right, so let's exit out to southern Sandoria. Okay. So I'm doing my Eco Warrior on this class. Normally I would use Eco Warrior to level up level something up that I don't want to level up, but I don't really have anything in the level range right now. Yeah, like look, everything I want to use as a sub is 37 already. The only thing I'm still leveling up is Warrior to use with Paladin, but it's only level 10. It would be a complete waste to use Eco Warrior on that. Like, total waste. Yeah, no, you don't want to have too much sugar. Like, in general, no matter what it is, you don't really want to have too much sugar. You know, a quick health moment. But yeah, that is another thing, is that food here, like, yeah, it's either artificial or just real sugar, mostly real sugar in things. But generally, there's a lot less sugar in food here. Like, I've looked at, like, I've compared some drinks and stuff, and, like, yeah, there's, like, even in, like, a soda, there's less sugar in it here compared to a US one. But just food in general is, there's a lot less added sugars and stuff. Like, ketchup. I like ketchup, right? American ketchup is loaded with extra sugar. Here, no, there's no extra sugar, it's just the tomato. And it tastes very different, but I kind of like it, kind of prefer it. And it doesn't rot my teeth. Like, I used to have cavities, like, all the time. Like, every couple of months, I'd have a bunch of cavities, right? But since moving here, I have not had a single new cavity. Only old dental work breaking on me, right? Like, I'm just consuming a lot less sugar. Again, old man health moment right there. Yeah, like, just ketchup with tomato is, like, it's good. Like, it has a good, strong flavor to it. But it's one of those things where I had to get used to. Like, honestly, that's how it was with a lot of food here. There's much less sugar, there's much less salt, like, way less additives in food in general. Not to say that things aren't seasoned. Seasoning is big, but not like the usual suspects, right? And it took a while for my tastes to adjust, right? At first, it tasted like nothing had any flavor, but that was just kind of me drowning in sugar and salt my whole life, right? Once I got more used to it and adjusted, I started tasting food again. And I mean, I'm just from Virginia, and very Americano, but in Germany now, near France. So we have a lot of cultural bleed over with France where we're at regionally, which that's a whole other thing. Man, they got good apple cider over there. But no, German food is great, and also fast food even. Like, even the fast food, look, the best burger and fries and ribs and all that, like, the things that you would consider to be classic American food, like, no, it's better here. No, Germans do it better. Alright, so let me turn in my Eco Warrior. I want to get that XP. 8,000, and I gotta decide if I want to use the Dragon Chronicle on this or Warrior. It's still like level 10, man, leveling up is so fast and easy. That's a waste. Alright, so I got 10,000 gil. That'll help towards my spells and stuff, right? Slowly building up to another staff. Okay, so now, oh man, I am so, yeah. Okay, I'm thinking just use the Chronicles on this one, right? Just pop them Chronicles right here, right now, because I'm trying to get up to 51. Yeah, Lily, that's the wonderful part about the stream. Look, we're a bunch of nerds, and we like to nerd out about whatever, but also, you know, life comes up too, right? Life stuff comes up as well. And we're not afraid of that either. And also, Wicked, It's actually been a little while since I had good ribs. Again, best ribs I've ever had are here, but they're not very common is the thing. Like, it's not a common item of food to come across. When I come across it, it's really good, but it's just a little rare to find a place that does that kind of thing. But God, I love ribs. Ooh, I haven't actually. Okay, what are the other EXP quests? Because no, I haven't. The only one I was aware about is Eco Warrior. What's the other ones? the thing that everyone wants to do is Eco Warrior, right? Like, that's literally the thing. So I don't know what my other options are. Oh man. Okay, we got more to do. Yeah, well, I mean, okay, I could just look at a wiki, I guess. I could check out a wiki. True. Oh, and they're soloable. I mean, yeah. So, okay, I mean, let's see. Oh, hey, look, somebody needs a teledem. Sure, bud, sure. Look, I am a white mage. It is my duty, right? I must.